morning and welcome to Friday's action. We did have some early Friday morning action a mere 8 hours ago, but that was Group B, and we now look to the climax of Group C as we find out two more players who will go through to Saturday night's finals here at Champions Week at the Online Darts Live League. So let's get down to the first game, which is Martin Adams against Jared Cole. Here is our Group C leader right now. I'm sure that won't be a surprise to many people tuning in today. But Martin Adams worked very, very hard yesterday for 8 points. He was chasing Jared Cole all the way to the very end. Indeed, they had a match in
first leg it's Martin
match 15 yesterday.
Game on.
And that was to see who was leading the table coming into this session today. So 5 matches are left for every player this morning. And indeed the early afternoon here in the UK. And whoever makes it to the top 2 will be back tomorrow
93
with a guaranteed prize of £500. But there is that carrot at the end of the string. And it's dangling right there if he can just get to the finals and have a really good day tomorrow.
140.
And it is 10 times that amount. £5,000 if you can be the best player tomorrow. But you have to get there first.
58.
Jared won his first 3 matches yesterday. Started very buoyantly against Richie Burnett in match 1. Then a nice tidy win against Ritchie.
180.
But he knows that maybe his stiffest test comes in the form of the 3-time Lakeside champion Martin Adams
60.
in his first game of the day.
Martin, you require 81.
This is a particularly tidy start here from Martin Adams.
34.
But that last start wasn't tidy. But it does bring a smile to his face. And he can be afforded a smile with Jared back on 290.
56. Martin, you require 47.
Still smiling. Will he be smiling after the next 1 or 2 darts? 88.
Game shown the
And he
first
doesn't
leg.
look like someone who has got
Martin
any
Adams.
pressure on his shoulders. You might think that being in first position coming into today, that he would feel the pressure of people trying to chase him down. Martin doesn't play that way.
Second leg, it's Jared to throw first. Game on. 60.
Now, this game is very important for Jared to try and keep pace with Martin. And if he can find a win in this best of 7 leg match, he would equalise the points total of Martin, which is 8 points.
59.
But if he loses this game, Adams will then open up the first 4-point gap at the top of the table.
100.
He would be perilously close to getting his spot in the finals to join James Richardson, who won Group A.
60.
The next game for Jared after this one is against his other closest challenger in Scott Marsh.
40.
But the problem is that Joe Davis and Richie Burnett are also on 4 points, just 2 points behind him. So at no point today can he rest, especially if he loses this match.
180.
That 180 gets Martin back in this leg.
60.
Nothing seems to be falling easily into that 60 for Jared so far. The man with a great nickname, the King of the Castle. As to why he's called the King of the Castle, I'm sure
59.
Twitter will let me know.
Jared, you require 100.
Or indeed, I could just ask him. which I might just do a little bit later on. Treble 19 leaves double 12.
Game
And
show on the
Jared
second
Cole
leg.
takes a huge checkout
Jared
in the
Cole.
second leg of this match. That will give him a huge amount of confidence as he shuts Martin out in that second leg. And we have a level game going
Third
into
leg,
leg
it's
3.
Martin to throw first. Game on.
Just a little nod of approval there from Jared in the background. And he's getting one from me as well. That was an excellent finish.
99.
We have had some very, very good finishing over the course of the last couple of days.
134.
I'm including that one there. We've had a 160 yesterday for a match by Richie Burnett. We had a 167 from Ritchie
100.
a little bit later on against Martin Adams. That was particularly good. Now, I'm sure you're going to tell me that there are no bad 167s, but
96.
for some reason I would categorize that one from Ritchie yesterday as just a bit extra special because the bullseye was very, very central. Well, Martin's not going to leave a finish.
100.
Here's Jared Cole. 19's first on 271. Now the treble 19. Or the treble 20
49.
would have left the finish. That is really good counting from Jared. I love to see that from young players. And the amount of experience that Jared has at the age of 20 is quite incredible. He's played Challenge Tour Darts, Development Tour Darts, Junior Darts Corporation. He's played on the Pro Tour. He's played here at the Online Darts Live League. Not just this year, but last year.
Martin, you require 161.
He knows what he's doing. And he's going to get a shot for a break of throw in leg 3.
60. Jared, you require 128.
18's first. Got to stay there. Double 10.
Game
Oh
show
my
the
word.
third
What are we
Jared
seeing
Cole.
from Jared Cole here? He was losing by 1 leg to 0, but since then, as soon as he got into the finishing zone, he has taken the leg without hesitation.
Fourth leg, it's
He is now
Jared
2-1
to
up.
throw first. Game on. $43.
Is it happening again to Martin Adams? Something that happened earlier in the week where everybody seemed to find their finishing boots against him.
140.
I mentioned that 167 of Burnett yesterday. That was against Wolfie. We've seen a match where someone took out 3 ton-plus checkouts against
96.
Martin earlier in the week in Sean McDonald. And they weren't small ton-plus checkouts. They were big ones. 129, 119, 146. Those kinds of things.
140.
Jared has this game in his control, but only
68.
if he remains sharp on that treble 20. He has not scored to his full potential so far, but he has finished magnificently. In their match yesterday, it was Martin who put in an average of just over 90 in a 4-2 win, and maybe exposed a little bit of
99.
late day tiredness from
Martin,
Jared.
you require 121.
Well, this time he can't be punished because he hasn't taken the leg in 12 darts. Jared north of a finish, but after that visit from Martin, he is very much back in the leg.
Yeah. 95.
He didn't want to go to 20s because
Martin,
a
you
single
require
20 would have left
93.
99. So he did the right thing. Single 11 for double 16 for a level game after 4.
77.
This is a huge chance for Jared.
Jared, you require 100.
Take this. It'll be 3-1 and 3 ton plus checkouts. Just a bit weak
60.
on the first attempt at tops.
Martin, you require 16.
He might have to make peace with the fact that he's going to be level. Not yet.
No
Oh,
score.
and it's dragged to the left. What a chance for Jared this is.
Jared, you require 40.
He knows how big this is. Double 10.
20.
They are big, big misses, believe me.
Martin, you require 16.
Inside, he's going to be writhing.
Game show on the 4 flag.
Even more so
Martin
now,
Adams.
as that opportunity has passed him by. When you're playing someone at the top of the table and you are in pursuit of them, chances like that do not come along very often.
5th leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
If you were to speak to Martin and to Jared this morning, and if you were to ask them,
100.
do you have a preference of being either first or second in the table today, they would say, don't care, as long as I'm playing tomorrow.
140.
Martin doesn't give a great deal away. He's a brilliant guy to speak to. He's an amazing professional.
60.
But even he, I'm sure, at points yesterday when he was resting, was thinking, I wonder how many points I need tomorrow.
80.
As Jared Cole gets a very, very costly bounce out. If you think about how he performed yesterday at times, 8 points was a brilliant day.
78.
Because he did not play well against Scott Marsh, the person who did defeat him. And even in some of his earlier matches, he was working extremely hard just to get the points.
140.
It didn't come easy. I do believe that 3 wins from 5 games today will be enough for Martin.
60.
But
Jared
3
Maguire,
wins
141.
is very difficult to come by in this sort of company.
99.
That's worked out pretty well for Jared. He needed the 25 to leave himself on double 18. But if you are going to miss the 25, 19's not a bad number because it gives you options.
$81.
I get the feeling
Jared
he might use the
Maguire,
10 here
42.
to go back in front.
26.
But that miss at double 16
Martin, you require
may signal
122.
a time for Wolfie to go in front, but no. He doesn't give a great deal away when he's throwing, but even he had to show the disappointment there of the treble 1.
42. Jared, you require 16.
Another chance. Well, how does he hit this?
No score.
And the amount of chances he has had
Martin, you require
in not
80.
just this leg, but the last leg to get his 3rd leg registered. And now he has to survive a 25 and bull potentially. Can he use that dart to take this 5th leg? Oh my
Game
word,
show
what
the
is
5th
that?
leg.
What a steal
Martin Adams.
from Martin Adams. Pure experience. And that 25 was so pretty. It was inviting another dart right next to it. And that
6
80
leg is
checkout was a
Jared to throw
rescue shot.
first.
Nothing more, nothing less.
Game on.
And Jared, who could have won this match by 4 legs to 1 already,
82.
is now having to win the last 2 just to get the points. It has been a game
of
2 different things.
180.
It's been a game of 3 180s for Martin Adams. He is bossing that stat. Jared doesn't have any.
100.
But it's been a game of brilliant finishing from both players. And also missed chances by Jared.
100.
But how many times has Martin done this to people over the years? They've had their opportunity against him. They haven't taken it. And then when he gets within 1 of victory, he puts in a maximum to start
99.
the possibly last or penultimate leg. He is someone who can manage the nerves, the adrenaline, and of course the composure that you require in moments like this. That's why he's done what he's done over the course of 4 decades. I was going to say 4 centuries.
81.
He's not that old. But he's very close to 10 points in this table. It's going to take
41.
another massive finish
160.
from Jared to survive. And this time he's not going to find it.
50.
So he's going to have a lot on his mind over the next couple of games before he returns in match 5 against Scott Marsh. Because he has been defeated by 4 legs to 2. Well done to Martin Adams, but you have to say that opportunities did go begging for Jared Cole in that one. Of course, the first couple of legs where he took it 141 and the 128 gave him a huge opportunity, but ultimately it was Adams who had the best average, and he did have a good enough checker percentage. As you can see, it was doubly good with that 40% over Jared's 20. We will see what Greg Ritchie will serve up in match 2, and he's up against Richie Burnett in this one yesterday. Ritchie was king of the hockey. Will he be today? On to match 2 now, and I suppose when you look at these two, It is pretty much about what they do in this match, because if Greg Ritchie does not find a victory and subsequent victories maybe in his next 2 matches, he will be cut adrift in the bottom 2 where both of these players currently sit. But if Richie Burnett, the legend from South Wales, the former world champion from 1995, if he gets another strong performance today like he did yesterday against Greg, he will drag himself into the race potentially for second spot, because now
100
in our table we have Adams on 10 points and 2 players on 6. So a little buffer has been created for Martin early on Friday.
125.
Wasn't to be for Greg yesterday, a somewhat puzzling day.
140.
It all started well when he played Scott Marsh in the corresponding fixture yesterday in Game 2. He defeated Scott by 4 legs to 3, averaging 88. 74 checkout was his best, 44% on the doubles, and he was able to defy a 96 average from Scott Marsh.
85.
It's a tough assignment right here. But if he was able to take this game away from Ritchie, he really, really would be part of the race for the top 2. But if he loses to the next person up in the table from him in Burnett, you just get the feeling he's got too much to do.
100.
Burnett is seeking a maximum here to put pressure on the 76 of Greg. I think I'm just going to call them Greg and Burnett.
140. Greg requires 76.
Could say this is the Ritchie derby. And I don't want you guys to get confused, because I know at certain points in this game I might. No shot at double top because he misses the
36.
single. And that offers Burnett
Ritchie requires 76.
the chance at the same number. 88. Oh, Ritchie. Ritchie. Mistakes from both
40.
in leg 1 of this best of 7 contest.
Game shot
And
on
Greg
Thursday.
takes the first leg
Ritchie.
after a small let-off from his Welsh namesake. But if he stays on that kind of form as that 16 daughter showed, he might have a good game here.
Second leg, it's Ritchie to throw first. Game on.
Over the course of yesterday, Greg had the lowest running average
85.
of just under 79, but somewhat mystifyingly, in 5th position in the table yesterday, Richie Burnett had the
58.
highest running average of 91.19. No other player above him in the table could match
95.
that. He had the most 180s as well, the most ton plus finishes, the highest finish of all of 167,
45.
and he found himself in 5th position out of 6. Just to throw another one in there, he had equally the best leg of the day, which was an 11 darter.
60.
Just more proof that stats are great, but they do tell porkies sometimes.
57.
When Burnett woke up this morning, getting ready for this challenge, if he looked at the table, he would recognise
140.
that he's only 2 points behind Scott Marsh and Jared Cole. He remains 2 points behind Cole after he was defeated by Wolfie.
84.
So with
You
that
require
game in hand on
121.
Jared, this takes on massive importance.
55.
Don't forget that Richie Burnett knows how to get it done on a Saturday night. He won the curtain raiser to phase 2. He won the Sporty Stuff TV trophy against Robert Thornton in the final.
95.
If he can make it to Saturday night, he could be very,
Ritchie
very
requires 66.
dangerous to everyone. Double 18.
Game shot on
And
the
everything
second
is now forgotten
Richie
from
Burnett.
leg one, because that clean take for Richie Burnett equalises things at 1-1. And his challenge is up and running. So into leg 3 we go.
Third leg, it's Greg to throw first. Game on. $100.
Best average from Richie Burnett yesterday, 97.81. That's pretty useful. And that was in defeat
100.
Martin Adams. I'd have to say that that was the best game of yesterday. Maybe alongside the Scott Marsh-Jared Cole match, which was on before that, where they both had ton plus averages. But
140.
I suppose I'm old school when it comes to watching the likes of Adams and Burnett still going at it years after their supposed prime.
180.
It was a great game, and that was a great visit from Richie Burnett. Just when you think Greg Ritchie is
100.
starting to find his mojo on his own throat, Burnett comes back with that maximum to say, I'm not going anywhere.
$100.
He is giving every dart,
Like you require 161.
everything. He will leave no stone unturned today. And he will get a look at that 1-2-1.
$50.
That slip into the
Richie
5
require
is good news
121.
for Burnett, because it means that Greg stays in 3-dart range instead of 2-dart range. Double 14.
107.
Width of a wire away. And that's the trouble with
Like you
being
require 111.
so good, even when you miss Richie. Even the ones you throw that don't hit look pretty good. The 111 is
51.
not going to be taken.
Richie requiring 14.
Down to the southwest.
Game shot on the
And
third leg.
into the red he goes. And
Richie
Burnett
Burnett.
is starting to pump that fist. He's just starting to believe a little bit more. Yes, he could have been 3-0 up, but at 2-1, he's looking like the stronger player right now.
Fourth leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
I sincerely hope he's not thinking, if only I'd hit that double 8 in leg 1 instead of the big 16.
100.
What he's got to do is chip away at the lead that his challengers have on him right now. First job is to get this done
119.
and take his leg difference out of the minus column, because currently it's at -3. The 2 people above him in the table, or indeed the 3 people
41.
above him in the table, they're all in the plus column.
27.
Scott Marsh on 6 points and +3. Jared Cole
100.
on 6 points and now on +1 after losing the first match. Joe Davis on the same points as Burnett on 4, but his leg difference is +3 because of 2 late victories
82.
yesterday by 4 legs to 0. So he's the one that has to get the slightly bigger margins of victory than the others.
140.
And I know there's a lot of Richie Burnett fans out there. And I know you'll all want him to win through today and have a chance for
121.
tomorrow. Well, Greg
Richie
is not
require
going to get a chance.
120.
You don't feel from 152. Burnett could take this 120. But with that big 7,
Greg, you require
with the last dart, he's
152.
made things a little bit harder for himself. But not impossible. That was very, very close.
96. Richie required 20.
This is for a vital hold to be 3-1 up.
Game shot
Very,
on
very
forfeit.
well done. Very
Richie
positive
Burnett.
darts there from Ritchie. He didn't go anywhere close to that double 15, did he? If he was going to miss double 10, it was going to be high, but he didn't miss it. He's 3-1 up.
Fifth leg, it's Greg to throw first. Game on.
When dart players get a little bit nervous going for a shot like double 10,
140.
it tends to fall a bit softly into the board and towards that double 15. So it just goes to show the confidence being implemented by
140.
Richie Burnett early today with that beautiful shot in the 4 o'clock position on the dartboard. He looks like someone who was very ready to win this match, but Greg Ritchie's putting up a fabulous fight. Burnett is averaging in the mid-90s here, and Greg is averaging around
100.
87. So this is very reminiscent of the statistics from yesterday's game against Scott Marsh, but the problem for Greg is he had the legs position that Burnett has now.
140.
It's flipped around, and Greg has to win 3 straight.
40.
He's producing his best leg of the match
Greg, you require 96.
when he needs it, albeit on his own throw. Double 18.
Game shot on
That is
fifth
a
leg.
beauty of a leg.
Greg Ritchie.
11 darter, and he's got himself within 1 of Richie Burnett. I think there's a fist pump there, which is a nice show of respect between these two. But now, respect to the side,
Richie to throw first.
Burnett has to win.
Game on.
He's just got to win. That's what he will be saying to himself. But that's a warning sign sent by the Scot
140.
that he's not going to go away lightly. And when he gets to a finish, he doesn't miss. 2 shots at double in the match. 2 hits.
180.
And that's his first 180. What a spurt he is putting in here. What a game this has turned into.
95.
Both averaging in the low to mid 90s now, around 93. All of a sudden, Greg Ritchie is not missing much.
100.
The repercussions of this match will be felt
60.
by Joe Davis and Scott Marsh, who come next, because they have to establish early confidence, and whoever wins that match
91.
will put themselves in with a great shout. But you sense the way that this table is going right now, that maybe we have a 3 or 4 horse race
140.
for one
Greg, you require
spot
130.
if Martin Adams is not going to be caught. To stay in the match, Greg Ritchie needs that 60 now. Gets it for the bull.
105.
And that is the first double he's missed in the match.
Richie requires 66.
That huge exhalation right there. Double 18. Oh, how was it missed? He can't believe it.
Greg, you require 25.
He didn't hit the double, and he didn't hit the guide either, which could have glanced it into that bed. Double 8. To maybe stay in with a chance in this table.
9.
And the chance is gone.
Richie, you require 36.
Double 18 once again.
Game shot.
Match start number 4 is hit.
Richie
And that was an
Burnett.
excellent contest from both of those. I really, really enjoyed that. I really hope you did too, because as you can see, the averages were very, very accomplished. 93 from Greg. He put up a hugely impressive fight from 3-1 down, but it wasn't enough. It's a 4-2 victory for Richie Burnett, and that gets him to 6 points. He is firmly in contention for one of the top 2 spots today. But 2 other players who are trying to stake a claim for that, Joe Davis and, of course, Scott Marsh. They will play each other in Game 3 coming up. Race for spots in the top 2 is heating up, and Greg Ritchie has been cast aside for now. Unless he is perfect from here, it looks like he is going to be in the bottom 2 or 3. But the next 2 players at the hockey, we have now Joe Davis and Scott Marsh. This 24-year-old from Brighton who had a bit of a disastrous start to this group, losing his first 3 matches, and you thought maybe it wasn't meant to be for him. But he got himself off the floor and picked up 2 late victories yesterday. If he can pick up another one here against Scott Marsh.
Okay, first leg it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
That will make 4 players on 6 points. But if Scott Marsh
81
does find the win here, he will be in 2nd place on his own on points, not just on leg difference.
41.
Because he is still in 2nd place right now, but only 2 legs ahead of Jared Cole. Joe's biggest problem this week
60
has been getting decent starts on a day. He has finished days brilliantly. Of the 4 days he has played this week, twice now he has won his last 2 matches 4-0.
96.
When that continually happens, you have to say that maybe those patterns need addressing. Now, there's nothing wrong with the way he's finishing. But if he doesn't get a good start today,
25.
he's going to be out of contention before he can even finish the day off in style.
100.
Yesterday he did do that, like I mentioned. 4-0 against Scott Marsh in match 13 yesterday. Only had to average 81, and that was puzzling because Scott's penultimate game yesterday, he averaged 103.
95.
And then when he came to play Joe Davis 2 matches later, he averaged 74. That starts sometimes. It's a game of millimetres.
64. Joe, you require 140.
Just imagine if he can get another big win here. His leg difference is already very good at +3 with 4 points in the bank. So any win
100.
in this match will put him in 2nd position provisionally with 4 matches left to play today. And of course, don't forget about the fact that if he does win against Marsh again,
Joey require 40.
he will have defeated him twice, and the head-to-head record in this group will belong to him. Double 10.
$30.
Doesn't find double 5.
Scott, you require 190.
And this is an unexpected opportunity for Marsh. That leaves 62.
62 left.
If you're not sure, ask the referee. That leaves the bull.
70.
That leaves 49.
Joey required 10.
He's had too many legs like this week, where he's had to use more than one visit to take care of business, but it doesn't make any difference this time. 20 darts is enough to take the first leg in this contest, and he has got 5 straight against Scott, so he's still looking for his first leg against Joe Davis this week.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
At times yesterday, Scott Marsh was playing extremely well. He was exuding confidence. He's a very confident guy. All you got to do is look at the way he walks. There's a lot of bounce there. He does G himself up a lot. There's nothing wrong with that. This is not a chess match.
55.
This is a darts match. It can be, at times, an adrenaline-fueled sport.
140.
But it was pretty decent yesterday from Scott. A running average of 90.28 for the day, a best of 103.7, 5 180s, and 35% on his doubles for the day. A high check out of 136, which was one of the best that we saw.
100.
But he will feel that he left points out there yesterday, losing to Greg Ritchie in his first match,
131.
and losing in his last match to Joe Davis. In the middle portion, he was very good indeed, defeating Jared Cole, Martin
96.
Adams, and indeed Richie Burnett.
Scott, you require 130.
That's awkward because that dart is lying flat. But that is pinpoint.
90.
Sensible layup there. Didn't have to go bullseye. Didn't have to go full on Jamie Clark from last night, which I'm still smarting from. He had 110 with an opponent on a double.
Scott,
he hit the 60 and went for the bullseye on dart 2. I still can't make sense of that. But I can make sense of that.
Scott Marsh.
And he will love that, will Scott Marsh, because that 13 darter signals intent in this match. A definitive improvement as this leg takes him to 1-1.
Third leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on. $45.
I've always categorised Scott Marsh as someone who seems to find a way.
134.
Now, if nobody's going to catch Martin Adams today, for whatever reason, then Scott Marsh might be favourite to take that second spot. There will be matches along the way today
85.
of the 15 in the quarter. That may be really, really key. We see a maximum there
180
from Scott Marsh for the first time today. And the first time in this match. His average is starting to climb towards 96. And Joe Davis's average is starting to plummet under 80. This is worrying for Joe.
58.
But those matches that are going to be key, for me, the first one will be the next one. Adams versus Burnett. And if Burnett beats
139.
Adams, he will not only get himself to 8 points, but he will stop Adams getting to 12. That will be good news for Marsh and for Cole. But then in the next match after that, Cole plays Marsh. So in the early part of today's session,
59.
we've got some definitive 4-pointers.
Scott, you require 48.
Look at this for a leg from Marsh, though. Double top.
Game
And that is even better than leg number 2. That third leg was done in 11. The last 2 legs have been delivered in 24 darts. And this is very reminiscent of something that Conan Whitehead did last night.
Scott to throw first. Game on.
Conan and Scott from the same county of Kent, of course. The problem with comparing
85.
Scott's accuracy over the last 2 legs to Conan from yesterday is that when Conan delivered those 2 12-darters at the start of a match last night, he ended up losing by 4 legs to 2.
80.
So it's no guarantee of success. And that's what darts is all about. It's all about the constant reset.
96.
Just because you've had a 12-darter or an 11-darter in the previous leg, that's no guarantee of success in the next leg. You have to implement good process and stay focused. And keep remembering what you're doing right to win those short legs.
45.
Joe is having a somewhat difficult start again today.
140.
If Marsh beats him here, there will be 4 points between the two of them with 4 matches remaining.
55.
And it's looking increasingly likely here that Marsh will be going 3-1 up. This is a magnificent spell. Now, if he takes tops with his next dart, he will have delivered 37 darts for 3 legs.
60.
No matter who you are,
Scott, you require 40.
that is world class.
Game
And
shot
that is
four
brilliant. His
Scott
average
Marsh.
will soar now. And it's just a shame that he had a bit of a sketchy start in the first leg, because since then, he has been giving us the ability to possibly beat anybody on the planet.
First.
Well, maybe not
Game on.
Gerwyn Price at one point during the World Championship final, who had one of the most sickening sets that I've ever seen. Well, his average in the
58.
set, I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but it was very, very high. It was close to 130. It might have been over that mark, actually. But look at this. When he gets it right,
180.
he makes this game look easy. Now, let's say he does go on to win 4-1 and bolsters his points to 8, his leg difference to +7 potentially.
100.
Well, +6 actually, not +7, with a 4-1 victory. We will have to watch
42.
out to see what he does in his coming fixtures, because yesterday when he had his best average, the following game was nowhere near as good. So it's about sustained brilliance today. Just one big victory is not going to get you over the line.
58.
In Scott's case, he's probably going to need 3 victories at least from 5 matches. And every time Joe Davis gets even close
125.
to Scott, he seems to be able to say, nope, I'll create a bit more distance, thank you. The average is good. I'm sure that's no surprise to you when he's had 2 13-darters and an
58.
11-darter in the last 3 legs.
Scott, you require 154.
This has been way too strong for Joe. He's not going to finish with a 12-darter,
98.
but he might finish it in 14, which, considering what his average is right now, that's very symptomatic of a 14-darter.
95. Scott, you're requiring 56.
I think Joe Davis is thinking this match is over. I agree with him. And it is over. That is a brilliant performance from Scott Marsh and a message to the rest of the field. He has absolutely swept Joe Davis aside after losing to him 4-0 yesterday. It's 4-1 in reverse today with an average of 105.26, the best average we have seen so far in this group this week. 57% on the doubles as well, and that 56 checkout at the end was his biggest checkout of the entire match. Quite incredible. Match 4, Richie Burnett against Martin Adams. What more can you say about this? Because this one goes back years, and once again, they will do battle. Are hotting up at the top of the table, and Martin Adams has Scott Marsh only 2 points behind him now. But how many points will Richie Burnett be behind Martin after this game? This is one of those fixtures today where Burnett is either massively in the race for the top spot, or potentially Adams gets 2 points closer to a total that will not be caught. Yesterday, Adams was impressive against Burnett in a 4-2 victory. It was a brilliant game.
Okay, first leg, it's Ritchie to throw first. Game on.
It provided us with excellent finishing. The highest finish of the day of 167. But today, it's Ritchie's turn to throw first.
36.
Now, let's say that there are two different scenarios in this match. One, a Wolfie win takes him to 12 points.
60.
And that will create a 6-point gap between himself and Ritchie. That would mean that if Burnett wants to make real inroads in the top
121.
he will have to win possibly his remaining 3 fixtures. But if Burnett wins against Wolfie here, he will be only 1 win behind Martin. And so it will be for Scott Marsh as well. Everybody trying to chase Martin down requires a Richie Burnett win here. But that has its own pitfalls for the likes of Jared Cole and Scott Marsh, because it means that they will have one more person in their area in the table. This is not going to be decided in the first half of play today. That is definite.
43.
This one is going to go down to the final 5 matches. When you look at our schedule today, you look at Richie Burnett in the last match
59.
of Group C. He's up against Jared Cole. It could come down to that very game. By the time Martin Adams plays his final match against Joe Davis in match 13 today, he might be safe. He will want to be safe. He doesn't want to have to go into that match
60
and have to get a certain result.
Martin, you require 158.
He wants to get this job done as soon as possible. And if he wins his first 3 games today, I feel like that is going to be enough. Double 19 for another massive out.
Game shot on the first leg.
They just know how to deliver a big out, don't they? We had a 98 from Martin Adams yesterday. He's gone one step further with the double 19 on the end there. The 158, and it's 1-0.
Game on.
There's something about Martin Adams when he wears this shirt. This is the Macmillan Cancer Support shirt that he wears so brilliantly.
180.
And do not be surprised if Martin is undefeated today wearing that shirt. He gets some sort of superpower when he wears
100.
it. So if he is undefeated today, don't be surprised if he wears it tomorrow. I think we can safely say that maybe Greg Ritchie is out of
45.
the race at 2 points and minus 15. We'll see him again in match 6 against Joe Davis. And by the time we get to that match,
140.
there may be a bit of a gap between the chasing pack and indeed Davis and Ritchie at the bottom.
41.
I have to say, very, very impressed with that performance from Scott Marsh in match number 3.
41.
Not only 105 average, a couple of 180s. And brilliant timing after he lost the first leg. But it was a king of the hockey performance.
105.
He won the match. He had the most 180s and the highest checkout. That is king of the hockey. And that is something you can wager on. And if indeed you do have a little wager today, please gamble responsibly.
Martin, you require 130.
Martin looking to tread carefully on this 130. He doesn't get a shot at the bullseye.
94.
And the maximum from Burnett gives him a chance to break straight back. Break straight back he does. And that is 220 in 4 darts. Well, I'll let you decide. What's more impressive? A 158 checkout in 3 or 220 in 4? I'll leave it to you.
Richie to throw first. Game on.
It may be 30 years that these two have been playing darts against each other in international matches, ranked tournaments, and now indeed playing here at the Live League. But they can still deliver a game. Both averaging in the 90s.
95.
Neither have missed a double yet. There is no substitute for class. This game is still watchable. In some sports, you could have someone of Martin's age and someone of Richie's age and watch it and think, no, it just doesn't have that pizzazz anymore. But you see certain people go on the tennis court when they're close to their pension age and they still have this ability to entertain. These two have still got it.
180.
And Richie Burnett is looking like he's going to get like 3. He is starting to do what Scott Marsh was doing against Greg Ritchie just now. Joe Davis. I beg your pardon. Not
60.
Greg Ritchie.
Richie, you require 81.
For an 11 darter.
15 score.
Treble 10 now. Gets that. Double 18.
45.
He is trying to squeeze everything out of this. He knows the danger that Martin possesses.
140. Ritchie required 36.
Double 18. He's had misses and hits in this department, and on the whole, it has been very, very kind to him so far. He needs the win here more than Martin does, but Martin will not give up easily. We're going into leg 4 now.
Fourth leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
You just look at the facial expressions of both of these players, and they are genuinely enjoying this game.
140.
If you'd have said to Martin Adams and Richie Burnett when they first met back in 1994 that in 2021
100.
they would be playing in this kind of setting, they would have said, you're having a laugh. But this is the 21st century. Martin is now 64 years of age.
95.
And they are still doing battle. It could well be that these two, with their evident
60.
existing talent at their current ages, are doing battle in the World Seniors next year, which is going to grab the attention of all darting fans. Do not think that it is a foregone conclusion that Philip Douglas Taylor will be the first World Senior Champion. He will put in the work, but he will have lots of people
39.
who have also done the work and will be ready for that challenge. These two will firmly be in that mix.
$60.
Richie's got to be smart here. I don't think he's going to go 18s. He doesn't count as well as, say, Jared Cole.
60.
Or indeed a Greg Ritchie. He wouldn't have made that error.
48. 36.
Oh, that's a miss. And even though Ritchie is 130 behind, this is an opportunity. Get a maximum here. Or even the 140.
100.
Oh, he hates that dart. I don't blame him.
Martin, you require 112.
You'd much rather be sitting on 102. But Adams looking at double 16 to level things up.
80.
Now just imagine if Ritchie had left 102.
Richie,
He could have been
require
afforded a
146.
single with the first start and still had the chance to win the leg for 3-1. And now he doesn't have that luxury.
90.
Even with that nice approach, you would fancy that Adams is going to take this leg.
32.
It's been a somewhat cagey one. Seventh visit. And this is getting serious.
No score.
Oh boy. What a chance this is for Burnett.
Richie requires
He didn't
52.
think he was going to be breaking Martin in 7 visits. But the chance is very real.
Game
And the
shot
chance has been
profile.
taken. Look at that reaction
Richie
from Richie
Burnett.
Burnett. He's now 3-1 up. He gives the old apology wave, which, as everybody knows, I despise. But the fact of the matter is, Richie Burnett is firmly in the mix now.
Fifth leg,
If he can
it's
find one more
Richie
leg.
to throw first. Game on.
He fought off Greg Ritchie in match 2 very, very well. Because Greg played really well at times.
100.
Averaging 93.5. So for Burnett to win that match by 4 legs to 2 just goes to show that he is switched on today. boy, did that look
180.
smooth. This looks pretty good.
140.
I wouldn't categorise that as smooth, but I would categorise that as watchable. I, for the life of me, don't know how he has still got a back that's in one piece. The way he kicks back after some of those follow-throughs.
100.
Doesn't get to a finish and may need a mistake from Martin here, who has got himself down to 221 after 6 darts. 4 maximums in this match, 2 each.
100.
So if you're Burnett here, you would love to hear the sound of 125 now. I was going to say a 177. Oh, that's really good on the recovery.
Martin, you require 100.
Adams knows this has to go now. And it very well might. Gets the single. Bullseye.
Game shot.
Oh, how good is
Martin
that?
Adams.
He's had a 158 in this match. He's now got a 121 on the bull. And that was at the cliff edge. Just to stay in the match. It's now 3-2.
Sickberg gets Martin to throw first. Game on.
Oh, the mental battle of darts. You do all of that work if you're Ritchie. You get the 125 to leave 76 to win by 4 legs to 1.
140.
But your world-class opponent comes out with a 121. And now you've got to do all that legwork again. And this game has been just as good, if not a little bit better, than yesterday's. I'm sure there are plenty of people who would love to see both of these players qualify today.
100.
It's still a possibility. But could Jared Cole or Scott Marsh scupper that hope for some of the old school
55.
dart fans out there? One thing we are assured of is points for Marsh or Cole because they play each other next in match number 5. And if Adams doesn't get himself out of jail here
45.
and win by 4 legs to 3, and Marsh wins the next match, he will have company on 10 points. And Richie Burnett would only be 2 points behind on 8. I think the 140's coming in.
140.
The lie was just so delicious. And with Adams on 76, there's nothing Burnett can do. He's doing it again. He's finding a very, very big approach shot.
150.
He's found the perfect
Martin
shot of
requires
159.
76.
He's closer to the finish line this time. He's not 76 away. He's only 24 away. But he might have his pocket pinched again. Tops.
56.
This time it is missed, and Burnett has his chance to win this game by 4 legs to 2. To reverse what happened to him against Martin yesterday. It's double 6. Very, very good game. 14 darter to finish things off. We had one match-saving shot there from Martin Adams on the 76. He wasn't able to find it, but you can see from those statistics there that Burnett, excellent on the finishing in the end, and he just got enough chances to win that 6-leg match. That was absolutely brilliant, in my opinion. I hope you really enjoyed that. I know I did. Jared Cole and Scott Marsh will follow in match 5, and we're about to find out who's about to get to either 10 points if you're Marsh, or indeed 8 if you're Jared Cole. match that we have today seems to have a huge amount of importance. I'm sure a little bit later in the schedule we might get a break from the race for the top two, but right now it's not the time, because Jared Cole, who lost out to Martin Adams in his first match and has lost to Martin on his 2 occasions playing him in Group C, is looking to not do that against Scott Marsh, because he did lose to him yesterday in what was statistically the best match of the group.
137.
Good start for Jared. And he might need that, considering how well Scott Marsh played in his first game today.
59.
105, his first average of the day. And that means that he holds the best 2 averages of this group. Yesterday, 103.7 was his best. Today, he has upped that by a good couple of points. We've just seen a brilliant game between Burnett and Wolfie.
125.
And we now have Richie Burnett
100.
with 2 victories today so far, currently atop the daily standings. But as far as the Group C table is concerned, that's where
57.
the major importance is.
167.
Richie Burnett is now on 8 points.
99.
Well left after 12 for Jared. This is what he's got to do when Scott is not having a good leg. He's got to put his foot down and get rid of this as soon as he possibly can.
64.
Just a bit of a sign of what went wrong against Martin Adams earlier.
$140. Jared required 4.
Good pressure from Scott Marsh.
Game shot on the first
But it didn't
leg.
make any difference
Jared
as
Cole.
Jared takes the first leg in 16 darts, and that is exactly what he requires. He now has to keep his foot down and put pressure on the Marsh throw.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on. 100.
Scott Marsh is still in second position in the table. And as much as he is
54.
grateful for Richie Burnett taking points away from Martin, he doesn't like the fact that he's got company in the 8-point department in Richie Burnett
95.
now. Every game has got its own little pressures. And if Scott does lose to Jared here,
42.
all of the people sitting on the fence and just watching all of the turmoil here will absolutely love this group, because we would have Adams on 10 points, Marsh, Burnett and Jared Cole on 8, with only 2 spots up for grabs. This could be one of the most dramatic groups we've had.
134.
And considering that Group A this week on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday had 3 players on 20 points at the very end of it, I'd have to agree that Champions Week
81.
is delivering.
$53.
Not going to leave a finish. The idea was right from Jared, but this leg is definitely not over yet.
$139.
It's close to being over, though. That's a great approach from Scott, who was almost flawless against
48.
Joe Davis in his first match.
Scott, you require 40.
Double top. Didn't miss this much in his last game.
Game
And
shot
he has
on
not
second
missed it
leg.
this time. You can see
Scott Marsh.
if you just watch the eyes of Scott Marsh, when he finds that shot at tops, just above, he moves to the left a little bit. He doesn't want to hit the dart. That was beautifully done for 1-1.
It's Jared to throw first. Game on. $93.
Yes, Jared lost by 4-2 against Martin in match 1 of Friday. But that is a match
59.
he could have won. As to whether he should have won it, well, not really. You are going to miss chances.
60.
That's just the nature of the game. But he did have enough chances to win it. He could have won it. Because he didn't, that places
100.
way more importance on this. Especially now that Richie Burnett has won his first 2 games today.
60.
Jared said to me yesterday he was placing massive importance on his games with Scott and Martin in his first 2 matches of the day. He knew that if he won those 2 matches, he'd be getting really close. He may need,
96.
at this rate, to find 3 more wins from 4 if he's going to stand any chance. If people keep winning around him, he might have to beat Scott,
92.
beat Greg Ritchie, beat Joe Davis, and potentially beat Richie Burnett in the final match of the session.
95.
It could come down to match 15.
Scott, you require
I would not be shocked if it
150.
didn't. Or indeed if it did. Tops left again. That's a great approach. Cole needs to get a shot at a double. And does.
85.
Vital shots at doubles missed.
Scott, you require 40.
He wasn't punished for the misses in leg 1,
Game shot
but has
third
been
leg.
punished for the 1 miss
Scott
in
Marsh.
leg 3. And Scott Marsh is getting closer to the 2 points he requires from this match a little bit sooner than Jared Cole is. He's the one with the
Leg,
frustration.
Scott to throw first.
Can he possibly,
Game on.
from here, Scott Marsh, open up a 2-leg gap? If players cannot be separated
60.
by points in the table, we will look at their leg difference, of course. If they can't be separated by leg difference, we look at things like legs played
180.
and indeed head-to-head record, which is what we looked at with James Richardson and Sean McDonald on Wednesday. If in doubt, just keep winning.
140.
This game has got every potential to go into overdrive over the next couple of visits. And Jared Cole's on a 9.
180.
Jared has already hit a 141 checkout today. Boy, would he like another. It's all well and good to get the 9.
57.
He just wants the leg.
141. $60.
It's a great leg still. But even after leaving 81 after 9, it's not over yet.
$55.
But it might be now.
Jared, you require 81.
With 6 darts guaranteed from this spot. Double 12.
Game
Double
shot
6
on
is
the
good.
fourth leg.
That is a
Jared
blistering leg from Jared Cole. And sometimes when you get those 2 180s at the start and you have a chance of a 9 dart, you can get the jitters. But no such thing
Fifth
for Jared,
leg,
who is level now.
Jared to throw first. Game on.
know I said that we're not going to get a break from the quest for the top 2 spots for a while. But in the next match, we might just have the only break from it for the foreseeable future. Greg Ritchie will take on Joe Davis, and they are at the bottom 2 positions in the table currently. And if indeed Greg Ritchie does win that match against Joe,
140.
I think he's out of the running. It's a must-win game for Davis, as is every game from here.
134. 45.
It's all got a bit ragged in this 5th leg for Jared. Like many players, the thing he craves is consistency. Well, if you could buy
60.
consistency, you would just go to the shop and get it. It's a somewhat intangible thing. It's a bit like confidence. You have to work hard at it.
84.
He has got the better position.
$100.
And he should have 6 starts from here.
55.
Oh, he will hate that visit so much.
Scott, you require 164.
I'm not really sure why he didn't go 18s with the last start. When you have taken a 1-4-1 in the match, this one is very, very similar.
33.
But the last 6 starts have robbed him
Scott, you require 64.
of enough points. And Marsh has got to jump all over this. He's leaving tops a lot today, and he's not leaving tops right now. Oh, Jared looks over his shoulder as if to say, what just happened?
Jared, you require 86.
Well, when this happens, Jared, what you got to do is jump on the chance. Double 16.
78.
And a big chance is missed for 3-2. The story
Scott, you
of his
require
day.
40.
Double 10.
Game shot on
It's
the
there,
5th leg.
and Jared Cole has
Scott
been
Marsh.
broken in leg 5. He now has to find the final 2 legs of this contest, and judging by the way that he is getting chances and missing chances, it may be too much to ask.
6th flag, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
He is a fabulous young player and a great young man, which in some people's eyes is
180.
more important. And you know what they say about losing?
93.
You learn more from losing than you do from winning. Well, it looks like Jared's losing this match potentially and learning at a very fast rate.
96.
And indeed, if Marsh wins this leg, he will go top of the table. But it's not over yet.
180.
That's a massive maximum from Jared Cole.
$59.
He got it wrong. Should have stayed on the 19s. Now he knows. And look at this.
140.
When he gets scores, he tends to back them up. And Jared knows he's going to get a shot at 88. It is a shot he needs to hit.
98.
Miss this,
Jared, you require 88.
and the likelihood is you stay on 6 points. Bullseye.
45.
The doubles in the
Scott, you
match
require 68.
from Jared, he knows, have not been sufficient enough. One dart at tops to win 4-2.
28.
That was very, very close.
Jared, you require 43.
Got to put this right. Double 12. He takes a step back because that one was precariously close to the double. That one is in the double, and he keeps swimming in this match. It is delivering this very, very important game for 2 points. And now we go down to the 7th leg to see who will get them.
Final leg, it's Jared to throw first. Game on.
After missing one match dart at tops, Marsh now has to break Jared again.
60. $58.
Why do I get the feeling that this group is going to come down to leg difference? Or indeed, something else?
100.
Advantage call. Where's your money, everyone? Mine
100.
stays in my wallet at all times. But in tennis terms, this game is égalité.
96.
If you don't know what that is, it's deuce in French. You obviously didn't watch the French Open, where Novak Djokovic won.
$59.
Back to advantage call with the darts and a half dart lead.
$59.
No treble there. And another ton from Marsh, and he'll be back in touch. This is going to the wire, and this could be the difference between qualifying and not.
100.
Cole is going to be the first to a finish, but what is the finish going to be?
45.
It's a big one. It should have been something a lot smaller. That is an invitation to Marsh to get under 100. The 18s is a great shout here.
94.
And it's come to his aid.
Jared, you require 141.
He's not going to get a second 141 for the day. And he's
45.
not going to get much for his last 6 darts. He has handed the impetus to Marsh. So once again, it's now double 15 for the win. Oh, misses on the inside, and he can't do anything with the dart he's got left.
82.
So in the end, it's Jared Cole with his 7th visit of this
96.
final leg of the match to try and steal it. Double 18. He's decided to take a step back. And it was the right thing to do. Oh, Group C. What are you doing to us? You're keeping us on the edge of our seats. Marsh is staying on 8 points, but he's got company. Not just in the form of Richie Burnett now, but Jared Cole, who's just defeated him. Well, this is going to be some group indeed. And Martin Adams stays, of course, at the top of the table on 10. We're going to take a little bit of a break from the top of the table stuff at the moment, as Joe Davis and Greg Ritchie will do battle in a best-of-7 match to see who will be at the bottom of the table after this one. to turn our attention away from the top 2 spots in the table just for now, because Joe Davis and Greg Ritchie will do battle in a 7-leg match potentially as we go into game number 6, where we will finish up the second matches for all the players. It was a valiant effort from Greg earlier on today as he tried his best to deny his namesake in Burnett. But for Richie Burnett, it was 2 games and 2 wins. And he is now firmly in with a chance of getting into the top 2, which I'm sure our viewing public will very much appreciate. But the one thing that we have right now is a brilliant race for the top 2 spots. As far as who is going to be bottom of the table after this match, it will be Greg Ritchie, but potentially only on leg difference. That is Greg's biggest problem, because he's currently at minus 15.
58.
Davis, after getting 2 4-0 victories yesterday, is currently sitting at all square and 2 points ahead of Greg.
66.
When they played each other yesterday, one of those 4-0 victories for Joe Davis was against Greg. He only had to average 80 to get that 4-0 victory, as
26.
Greg seemed to struggle in the middle portion of his games yesterday. And Joe has the tendency to be quite streaky. So when he gets it right, he doesn't tend to get it right in just one match, but 2 or 3. But if Joe has any sort of hope of getting in the top 2 himself,
135.
He must win this game. And he must win his next game against Jared Cole. If he can do that, he'll put himself on 8 points and still be chasing
59.
the top 2 spots. But 1 loss for me, and he is out. Because when you've got Marsh, Cole, and Burnett all on 8, with Wolfie on 10, you cannot afford to be on 4 points with only 3 matches to go. You look at some of the fixtures coming up later. Cole and Richie Burnett, that's last. Someone's going to get points from that. They're going to get to 10.
95.
Martin Adams is going to play Scott Marsh. 76. Someone's going to get points from that. Joe Davis has got to be perfect after losing his first match of the day to Scott Marsh.
36.
Now the likelihood is, based on form and the fixtures to come, that these 2 will be eliminated. We know that Greg will be. But when the possibility is there, you have to somehow keep scrapping away. No matter how dire the situation.
51.
Greg loves tops.
Require 40.
Whether he needs 1, 2 or 3.
Game
Just the one.
First leg.
And he's got himself to 1-0 here. Greg looking rather vibrant. That 19 darter there is good enough to get his first leg against Joe Davis this week. He is now in a quest for his second.
Second leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
I'm not going to lie to you, or indeed in well speak, I won't lie to you. Because next, Burnett against Marsh. I am so looking forward to that. Their game yesterday was full of drama. And there's more on the line today.
100.
I can't wait for match 7. It's going to be 2 matches in 3 for Greg Ritchie, as He plays Joe here now and Martin Adams in 2 games' time.
57.
At that point, he will get a bit of a break and have 3 matches off before he competes against Jared Cole in match 12.
85.
He will finish up against Scott Marsh in match 14. But this game here so far is following a very similar path to yesterday's, where their averages are in the high 70s. And we're starting
96.
to see why they aren't troubling the top 4 spots as of yet. Judging by the position of Jamie Clark in Group B after last night, where he came up without a win, the Scottish pair are going to be going up the road first thing on Saturday. And they will not be sticking around for the finals. So it's looking like a pretty fruitless couple of days for the 2 lads from South East Scotland.
134.
Ritchie gets himself to the better finish.
167.
And Joe languidly finds his way to the 7'9" and a quarter inch hockey. And does not get the 167. But does find the next best thing.
Greg, you require 122.
4 18s or 25-57 tops. I was just looking at
47.
where he was looking there, and he looked like he
you
was
require
looking central
26.
instead of towards the 18s. It's a lot easier to read people of shorter stature. 99. This can't miss.
18.
But it does. And Greg is in here if he can find a 51. 18 and tops for 2-0.
55.
Try to sneak it in that top left corner again, but it doesn't quite make it.
You require 18.
Double 9 is good on this occasion.
Joe
And
Davis.
like I said, this game is following a very similar pattern to what we saw yesterday. But one thing that isn't similar is that it's not going to be 4-0 because they've both got a leg in the first 2.
Third leg, it's Greg to throw first. Game on. $58.
Of all of the players in this group, Joe Davis has very little experience of playing Greg. But judging by their age,
93.
their experience level, and the ambition that they have, I do get the feeling that maybe they will meet again.
100.
Whether I'm talking about the Online Darts Live League or whether it's the Challenge Tour in the future, both are possible. But indeed, I believe
60.
that both of these will be out of the running within the next hour. And I'm no defeatist. It's still possible for Joe to get himself back in the
26.
race, but this is a very, very difficult situation. There are situations in life that aren't impossible. They're just unlikely. It's like being caught down a very big hole with a spoon instead of a spade.
43.
Like being caught down a well with a ladder. You can still get out. It's just very, very hard.
43.
I think Martin Adams is enjoying his little rest right now after that dramatic match with Burnett in match 4. When he does come back from his rest, he will take on Greg Ritchie in the middle match of the day. and he will fully understand what he has to do against Greg, because two of his closest
96.
challengers will go head-to-head next. He's going to have company on 10 points.
60.
There will be 3 matches left to every player after this match is completed. Every 3 matches that we do in the schedule
138.
means that we progress to
Joey require
3 matches left. Then another 3 will take place. Then it's 2 matches left. So the clock is always ticking.
97.
It's not the worst
Greg
leave,
require 40.
but he needs an error from Greg once again. 3rd leg in a row, he's left tops.
Game
And
shot
for the
on
first
third
time
leg.
in the match,
Greg Ritchie.
he does take double 10 on the switch down to the 4 o'clock position on the dartboard. So the holds of throw seem to be coming fairly easily for Greg. Can he find a break of throw now?
It's Joe to throw first. Game on.
19 darter to start things off. And that was a 20 in leg 3.
131.
I was always told when I was around 18 years of age by my early mentors that if I averaged somewhere around 70,
60.
I might make my county team. That proved to be the case. If you want to contend as a county player, you have to average around 75 to maybe 81 in the B team.
100.
If you want to be a good A player, you need to be in the high sort of 85 range towards and above the 90 mark.
93.
And I had some brilliant mentors when I was growing up. I think it's only justified I give them a mention. A guy called Terry Allen from Bedlington, the home of Chris Dobie. One of my biggest mentors when I was growing up. A fabulous guy.
60.
Steve Wanless from Ashington in Northumberland. Absolutely someone who drove me bonkers with his sense of humour,
96.
but really did drive me on as a dart player when I was in my early 20s. Not just him, but his entire Wanless family were very, very kind to me. And when I graced the Northumberland A team for the very first time,
100.
I had the likes of Graham Stoddart, Dave Gradwell, Mac Murphy from that Northumberland team. And one day, I am going to write a book talking about those
84.
county days, and I can't wait to sit
Joey
down with those
require
guys
110.
and relay those stories and put them into print. Double 18.
74.
He has had some quite extraordinary checkouts this week, has Joe Davis. A high of 153, which came on day 2
128.
of Group A.
Joey required 36.
But his finishing with 3 darts in hand has been somewhat suspicious because he hasn't looked as comfortable with this challenge.
18.
And yet again, he misses with 3 in hand. And Greg is in to pounce
Joey
here.
require 40.
What an opportunity for 3-1. Double 10 again.
30.
And double 5 is missed. He's starting to miss more
Joey require
darts when he gets
18.
to the outer ring. Double 9 once again. He hit it in leg 2,
Game
and he
shot
has
on
hit
the
it
fourth
in
leg.
leg 4.
Joe
He
Davis.
is clinging on by the fingernails of his fingernails. Well, the leg difference for him is not at its worst, but to get things better, he might
Fifth
want
leg, it's
to win the
Greg to
next
throw
2 legs.
first. Game on.
And one of the reasons why Greg's leg difference is so bad at minus 15 is because everybody else is so
140.
good. They've all played well against him. In fact, as it stands, the only person with a negative leg difference is Greg Ritchie. Joe is all square. Burnett is +1.
100.
Cole is +2. Marsh is +5. And Adams is +7.
$57.
I'm sure we do have some international viewers today via the Online Darts YouTube channel. So if you are tuning in to our action here in the UK from overseas, we welcome you. Thank you for tuning in.
140.
And if there are some Aussies out there who are tuning in, g'day. How's it going? I didn't just have mentors in Northumberland.
119.
I had mentors in Australia as well. And one of them is no longer with us. A brilliant South African chap by the name of Ruben Schulder, who was my first coach at my darts club on a Monday night at MSDA in Croydon in eastern Melbourne. He was a bit of a hard nut to crack, was Ruben, but he was a fabulous, fabulous gentleman. And he is sorely missed.
Joe, you require 121.
We've had one of these today from Martin Adams on the ball.
57.
Not going to get one here, but Greg can
Greg
find his way to
62.
3-2 up in the knowledge that he should have been 3-1 up. Back to tops.
42.
And it keeps coming up short. That's 3 legs now
Joey
where he has gone for tops.
64.
And the shot has come up a good centimetre underneath. Double 8.
Game
Much
on
better
fifth
on the
leg.
combinations than having
Joe
3 darts in
Davis.
hand. He's proving my statement right. But right now, the statement is very clear. How is he 3-2 up? Because of the amount of chances that Greg Ritchie's had.
Sick flag, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
This is why this game is so unpredictable. Joe Davis has an average that is under Greg Ritchie's. And look at him in the background,
140.
leaning on the table as if to say, I've done everything right in this match apart from put this guy away.
60.
If you are very, very keen to watch the next match between Marsh and Burnett, I would put the kettle on now.
58.
Because it could come in the next 2 or 3 minutes. Get ready for that. It could have fireworks.
60.
Don't forget, we will have the climax of Group B tonight. It was an eventful bit of late night action last night, and indeed this morning. We got finished around 1:30
59.
in the early hours of Friday, and it was a great session. Chaz Barstow on 6 points and looking good.
180.
But see, he still has work to do tonight after losing his last match. He lost to Colin Osborne by 4 legs to 1. And there are multiple people in with a chance of the top 3 in Group B. Richie's got to be as good on the treble 20 as he was in his last visit. He's not going to be. And he
54.
could find his way to defeat once again right here.
Joey require 100.
This is a win, potentially, for Joe to somehow cling on to the hope of a top 2 spot. Double 12 for another combination. And there he proves my point once again.
Joe Davis.
Another 140 plus checkout. If he can figure out how to hit a double with 3 darts in hand, then he could be a devastating player. You can see that the averages were incredibly similar. The highest checkout of the match, 144, right at the very end. But he's still in the running. Well, I told you to go and boil the kettle. You might not have long, because Marsh and Burnett follows in about a minute's time. Someone is about to join Martin Adams on 10 points in this Group C table. Is it going to be Scott Marsh, or is it going to be the undefeated from today, Richie Burnett? They're both playing their third match. Bring on the players. As we progress through the day, we will flash up the Group C table to let you know who is doing what and what the possibilities are. But make no mistake, we have 4 players in pursuit of Adams at the top,
to throw first.
which means
Game on.
5 of the 6 players in this group are still alive for only 2 spots to make the finals. We are going to have an exciting
61.
lunchtime here at the Online Darts Live League.
$100.
When they played yesterday,
100.
it was Scott Marsh who got the win. They played in match 9 yesterday. Today it's match 7, so the time frame is pretty similar.
180.
The major difference coming into this match, though, is the form of Burnett. Scott is doing pretty much what Scott was
100.
doing yesterday. When he was playing well, he was playing exceptionally well. But Burnett was losing matches yesterday, whereas today he is winning matches.
83.
He is the only player so far today to be undefeated. And when he's in that kind of mood, he's a dangerous prospect.
140.
So if you're gunning for
Ritchie require
Burnett and Adams to get
138.
through the group, boy, do you need a Burnett victory here. Double 12.
114.
That would have been our second consecutive massive out,
Scott, you require 100.
straddling 2 different games. Does he stay on the 60 for this 100? I believe
80.
that he should have, and he's just proved it with that third dart.
Richie require 24.
Double 12 for a first leg break.
Game shot on the
Massive.
first leg.
He is
Richie
working
Burnett.
very hard indeed to try and get more points on the board, but he's working efficiently. He's not working too hard on the celebrations as well. He's just staying determined. 1-0 up
Second leg,
with a
it's
break.
Richie to throw first. Game on.
I don't think there's ever been anybody who has questioned the determination of Richie Burnett when it comes to throwing darts.
60.
He has given everything and provided us with immense entertainment over the last 30 years.
100.
Even when he's not been at the very top of the game, he's had incredible matches. He's had spats with people because he's passionate, and that's what happens when you've got passion.
60.
You're going to run into people with the same sort of adrenaline levels, and you're going to disagree now and again. Particularly with Adrian Lewis on one occasion at Minehead. I had the chance to play Richie Burnett in a World Cup,
140.
which was entirely my privilege. Ritchie was incredible in that match. There was no way I was going to beat him that day, judging by the way he played. But the funny thing was
140.
about that match that when we came together, when he'd hit the winning double, we both went for the handshake and the hug at the same time. And then, you know how one person goes to the left and the other one follows? Well, we both went down the middle and we nutted each other in the head. And it was caught on camera. It was a somewhat comical moment. And it took all of the tension away. And we were laughing for minutes.
125. Scott, you require 130.
This is a difficult dart. Left side of the 60. It wasn't far off.
$42.
Richie's going to lick his chops now because this one
Richie require 160.
will give him a 2-0 lead. He might even get another visit if he doesn't find it. Double top. He's not doing a great deal wrong, is he? This is a proper darts performance from Richie Burnett. He's causing sheer pain for Scott Marsh. And for him, it is joy aplenty. 2-0.
Scott to throw first. Game on.
I'm sure there are lots of Welsh football fans who like their darts,
60.
who have been on the edges of their seats the last couple of weeks during the Euros. And if they're Richie Burnett fans, they are on the edges of their seats again.
36.
Let's just have a little look at the leg difference situation between these two players. They currently share 8 points, of course. A position of 8 points. They don't share 8 points. They haven't got 4 each. That's my mistake. But +5 for Marsh and +1 for Burnett gives them different positions. A big win for Burnett in this match will mean that they will change places in the table. Even with
100.
a bit of a dodgy start to the leg, Burnett comes back with a maximum. His second of the match. And he seems to have the measure of this game so far.
100.
Right now he is thinking, I'm playing well. I should win this match. If I just keep doing what I'm doing right now. Which is averaging 104.
100.
Even at 44 behind here, he's going to fancy this leg.
$59.
Maybe not as much as he thought before those 3 darts. Just wait for the reaction if Burnett does find that 126 now.
100.
It was a big shot out for Osborne earlier this morning.
Richie
He took it out.
126.
Now, this is really tough from the angle. Has he got it? I think he has.
101.
Oh, boy, was that a good second dart.
Scott, you require 81.
And he's missed a dart for 3-0. I think there has been a query about
Yes, Scott's last score was
previous
100.
throw.
Scott, you require 41.
He has 41. And he wants tops.
Game
I
shot
was
on the
just
third
about
leg.
to say, will
Scott
that
Marsh.
take him out of his rhythm? But he is someone who has conviction about his game. He knew what he needed, and he wasn't afraid to tell the referee. So well done, Scott. You've now got yourself your first leg of the match.
Fourth leg, it's Ritchie to throw first. Game on.
Stats are good. It's an excellent game.
59.
High 90s for Burnett. High 90s for Marsh. The mistakes are now going to be magnified. And Burnett hasn't really made an error yet.
140.
But I do get the feeling that someone will make a costly mistake at one point in this match, which could hand
100.
a vital opportunity to their opponent. Martin Adams does return to action in the next game against Greg Ritchie.
140.
And when he does, he will know who is on 10 points with him. Superb
139.
from Burnett. He saw that second dart, hit the 60, but it wobbled a little bit. And the last thing he wanted was to disrupt that dart. So the switch was
100.
the right play. How much he would love a 171 here. He might get one.
123.
That's not bad. That's actually
Scott, you require
not the worst miss
121.
because he's still on a 2-darter. Treble 17 this time for Marsh. Now this is
97.
the biggest visit of the match. With Marsh
Richie,
leaving
you
double
require
12
80.
after 12, it's Burnett to protect his throw. At double 10,
Game
double
shot
5
on the
is
fourth
in.
leg.
And this
Richie
game is
Burnett.
delivering brilliance. A 15-darter from Burnett gives him a 3-1 lead, and he has a real chance of a 4-1 of a 4-2 win, which would get him towards
Fifth
the
leg,
top
it's
of the
Scott to
table.
throw first. Game on.
Marsh now averaging 100, but losing.
41.
He knows about playing well this week and not winning. It happened against Greg Ritchie in his first game of the group. As we see, a third
180.
maximum for Burnett in this match. He's bossing that one. He's 3-0 up. If you have
140.
decided to back Richie Burnett for King of the Hockey, he needs the win. He's got the highest finish of 116. And he's got the most 180s. And he's got a 177 to leave 144 for a 9 as well. He's ticking a lot of boxes in this match. But the one and only box he wants to tick is the one with the W next to it.
140. Richie, you require 144.
Come on, Richie. Everybody wants you to hit this. I would boo but that'd be unfair. But as far as this performance is concerned,
96.
this has been special. Against one of his biggest rivals for a top 2 spot, he has come up with an average north of 106.
90.
And he only has one job
Richie,
left
you require 48.
to finish him off. For now, double 16.
$32.
Hasn't done it yet. And he will hold his
require
breath
90.
and hope that Marsh does not take this 90 out, because the dynamic of the game may change in a matter of seconds. Remember, this is only for a hold of throw. But that's a guide and a half. That double has just increased in size. Not by vision, because if he misses on the underside, that dart will bounce it in. Oh, but he hit the wrong portion of the dart. He needed the left portion, not the north
Richie
portion.
requires 16.
And Burnett comes back to finish what should be a 4-1 win. Oh boy. Make no mistake, he wants that dart to fall out of the board. He can barely see that double. And if this goes in, this is a worldie.
No score.
Unbelievable. 5 match darts missed
Scott, you require
to
30.
add more drama to this match. Straight for it. Oh, now it's double 5.
20.
And Ritchie gets another go. Just when you think you might have seen all you need to see in this leg, there is more. But now there is no more, as Richie Burnett falls through the ticker tape to get a very vital win against one of his biggest opponents for a top 2 spot. You can see that the average plummeted in the end. He was around the 106, 107 mark at the middle portion of that last leg. But he won't care, because he's now got 10 points, just like Martin Adams. Speaking of him, he comes back in the middle match of the day. He takes on Greg Ritchie for an England versus Scotland match to whet your appetite for the middle portion of our schedule. First time in a while, Martin Adams has got company towards the top of the table. He still holds the number 1 spot at the top, but now with a win against young Scotsman Greg Ritchie, he can get himself to 12, and of course another gap at the top on points. Somewhat up and down day so far for Martin Adams. Started with a valuable win against Jared Cole, and then suffered defeat to the undefeated Richie Burnett in what was an excellent game to watch. Greg has stayed on 2 points, so he now has 3 games remaining of his Champions Week campaign. And all of those 3 games will be to potentially spoil other people's chances.
28.
You will expect Martin Adams to win this match. Of that, there is no doubt.
60.
He has been the better player over the course of the last couple of days. But in the game of darts, there are no guarantees.
$100.
I know there's a lot of people out there who like a costume drama or indeed a sci-fi. If you were going to make our sport into something like that, it would have to be called
43.
the Game of Throws. Bit of a chasm between these two in age and indeed
140.
experience. When Greg was born, Martin was already playing Lakesides.
66.
Yesterday, it was a bit of a canter for Martin Adams against Greg. A little bit of a play on a Jerry Cinnamon song, that.
180.
And if Martin can get another big victory against Greg, he would love his position at the top of the table once again.
140. Martin, you
He would be
require
the first
53.
player to 12 points, which would put huge pressure on Marsh, Cole, and Joe Davis. Double top.
43.
Not to be. And an awkward looking double five could follow. When I mentioned Jerry Cinnamon, I was going to go into a bit of song
92.
there, but I don't want to insult
Martin, you
anybody from
require
Scotland
10.
by trying to mimic that brilliant musician. We'll just stick with the darts.
Game
And it's
shot
in the
first
green
leg.
for
Martin
Martin Adams, who takes a 1-0 lead, his 5th consecutive leg against Greg this week. Boy, would he love to get all 8 against the lad from Musselburgh. Into leg 2, and we'll find out
Second leg,
even
it's
more.
Greg to throw first. Game on.
Green and white are the colours of the players here.
42.
I do believe that Greg is a Hibernian fan. So green and white for him is very appropriate. You do find that a lot of darts players do
93.
have a colour scheme that is related to an affiliation with a sports team. Indeed, the colour scheme of my darts and most recent dart shirt was based
99.
on Blythe Spartans, which, funnily enough, is green, black and white. Very similar to what these guys are wearing.
$64.
If Martin Adams is going to get to tomorrow's finals, you wonder what kind of charity shirt he's going to wear for the big day.
60.
He doesn't really have anybody in his way, in his own mind. He's playing against himself, because if Martin performs, he progresses. He knows this.
140.
Yesterday when he did play Greg, he did not play well, but he still got the result. He only averaged 79. But that was at a point where Greg was starting to struggle. He hasn't won a game today, but he has played at a higher level.
60.
Richie Burnett is out on his own in the daily standings on 6 points, and 4 players in pursuit of that on 2. That is
180.
a post-splitting 180. One to the left, one to the right, and one down the pipe. Beautiful from Wolfie to leave double 12. And Greg is struggling with that dart that
Martin,
blocks
you
the
require
60.
24.
Looks like Martin is playing at a higher level than he did yesterday
shot
against
the
Greg.
second
And
leg.
that 13 darter does
Martin
prove it.
Adams.
He is having to play some just tidy darts against Greg to get the result that he requires. So if he does get 2 more legs from here, maximum pressure on the rest.
Martin to throw first. Game on.
And just imagine the pressure on Jared Cole when he plays Joe Davis next. Jared would be 4 points behind Martin. He would be 2 points behind
41.
Richie Burnett. And Joe Davis would be pretty much eliminated. In fact, he would be eliminated if he loses to Jared.
45.
So it is the point of no return for the man from Brighton.
$135.
The rotten thing for Joe Davis is that even if he wins the rest of his matches, he still needs help. He could well do with Greg Ritchie doing him a favour a little bit later against Jared Cole.
125.
And indeed against Scott Marsh, because that is what Greg has left. But you just sense that maybe he's not at the consistency level that he should be at to challenge those players. He's only averaging 70 in this match.
60.
With company like this in Champions Week,
140.
admittedly for Greg, as a substitute for Niall Cullerton, who couldn't make it, you've got to be averaging around 90 plus, in the words of Jerry Sinman, more than half of the time.
133.
And Martin has just halved his score.
$68. Martin, you require 132.
We've had some close calls on this finish over the last 24 hours. Chaz Barstow missed it on double 16 last night. Is Wolfie about to take it on the bull? Ooh,
90.
the collision wasn't kind.
Greg, you require 123.
So a leg 3 scare for Greg. But this is now a break opportunity. At the bullseye himself.
81.
That will not please him,
Martin, you require
as he leaves
42.
exactly the same score. Gets the same result at the bullseye. But Adams for double 16.
26.
You heard the groan before the dart had even hit
Greg,
the board.
you require 42.
Greg just wants to stop the rot against Martin on tops.
Game shown
He
on
does.
third leg.
I
Greg
get the
Ritchie.
feeling that second dart was just an overcorrection of what was going wrong in his previous match. But the third dart in that visit was perfect. It's now 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Greg to throw first. Game on.
Is he about to kick in?
180.
I'm sure a lot of people weren't expecting that from Greg, but that's his first 180 of the match. And nobody's expecting Martin to score 26.
26.
Is he making a move and starting to make the likes of Marsh, Cole and Burnett a little
58.
happier? If not defeating Martin, but taking legs away from him. Martin has the best leg difference so far at +7. His challengers aren't that far behind him,
45.
but nothing's gone right in this leg. Richie Burnett is
99.
having a bit of a break over the next 3 games, and Martin is playing twice in that break. Whether that is good for Richie or not, I'm not sure. Because if he wins both of those matches
100.
against Greg and
Greg, you
Scott
require
Marsh,
164.
All of a sudden, Ritchie again is looking at a 4-point gap to the top of the table.
94.
That will do. It's a nice layup from Greg. Greg is the only person in minus leg difference.
30.
Aside Joe Davis.
Requires 70. 30.
Tops has missed high this time, but if he was going to miss it, you're better off missing it north than south right there.
$135.
Finally, a good visit for Martin in this leg.
40.
It has been one to forget, but it doesn't even get him to a finish. It didn't matter, because
Ritchie.
Greg has now equalised this match at 2-2. Everybody is starting to peer around the corner with their periscopes as if to say, come on, Greg, keep it going. We could
Fifth
use
leg,
you
it's
beating Martin.
to throw first. Game on.
If that happens, it would be massive. For not just one, not two, not three, but 4 players.
100.
There is no guarantee that Martin beats Greg. There is no guarantee that Martin beats Scott Marsh. There's definitely no guarantee that he beats Joe Davis.
140.
Because he has lost to Joe twice this week. So work has still got to be done.
60.
He does not want to leave it to the final 2 matches. If he can win this and beat Scott Marsh, I believe he will be safe. Greg's tenacity
60.
has been very evident to see. When he was here in week 3, he had a disastrous Group A. Only picked up a couple of wins, didn't play well.
125.
Then he was moved to Group C, where he had a change of fortune. He showed that tenacity. He managed to get through that group.
82.
Found his way to the finals. And yes, he lost in the 3rd, 4th place playoff. But with the withdrawal of Niall Cullerton, he has found himself in Champions Week.
125.
And that doesn't happen by accident. He put himself in the reckoning after a terrible beginning to week 3. And that has educated me and a lot of other people about what Greg can do.
41.
He's coming back from the dead almost in this match. He's going to be on tops for 3-2.
44.
And Martin Adams needs to replicate a big finish from earlier today. He took this against Richie Burnett. And if Greg takes double 5, he is in
83.
a big puddle of mud.
Greg, you require 10.
Double 5. Double 1.
No score.
What a chance to take the lead.
75.
How fortunate of Adams to get this opportunity. That makes things a bit more difficult. 66. Double 9. Oh, the wire is bent.
Greg, you require 10.
That was so close. That one is in, and it's 3-2 to Greg Ritchie. From 2-0 down, he has won 3 straight. So now, Martin Adams has got to win 2 straight again, like he did at the start of the match, just to get the points.
6th flag, it's Greg to throw first. Game on.
I mentioned earlier that a 79 average was good enough to win 4-0 yesterday against this man.
180.
Adams is averaging 4 more today. And that's not going to be enough, especially when Ritchie has found his second 180 at the start of leg 6.
140.
Wolfie was just shaking out his hand and his arm before that first visit of this leg.
100.
He needs errors from Greg, and they're not coming. Everybody in the practice room right now, and I mean everyone, is saying, come on, Greg.
140.
I think he may revel in this role as the spoiler. He couldn't just spoil
57.
Martin Adams' chances, but he could spoil others as well. So he may be a friend to Jared Cole and Scott Marsh right now, but he's about to become the enemy.
27. Greg,
He's got 6 starts to get this done,
164.
and it would bring Martin Adams' leg difference down to +5. Bullseye. He's not going to go for it.
124.
Oh, what's you doing? That's not him. He's a bit of a showman usually. But he's played the deck really well in this match. And he's now given himself 3 clean darts at his favourite double to win against Martin for the very first time. He's lost in their 2 previous meetings, but he has now won by 4 legs to 2.
Ritchie.
And that is throwing the cat amongst the pigeons in a very, very interesting way. You see the Greg Ritchie average of 85. It's a decent performance. He gets his second win of this group. But for everybody else, that was a massive, massive result. Well, we're going into Joe Davis and Jared Cole next. Speaking of massive results, whoever wins that one, it's going to be massive for their chances. Things are getting very, very interesting here. And if you were to ask me right now who's going to make it through, I have absolutely no clue, because the second half of today's play is all about the race for the top 2 spots. And as it stands, mathematically, 5 of the 6 players can make it. This is another game that will change the complexion of Group C.
Okay, first leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
Judging by the fluctuations in all of these results, this has been thrilling. I don't use that phrase lightly.
140.
But one thing we can confirm is that if Joe Davis loses this match to Jared, he's the one in the biggest jeopardy, because he would stay at 6 points, and then Cole, Adams and Burnett would all be on 10 points. With 2 matches remaining per player, it means that Davis would only be able to get to 10 points. He needs to try and get to 12 by
81.
winning this, winning against Richie Burnett, and indeed against Martin Adams. It's in his hands. He has to beat 3 straight challengers. Lose one and gone.
140.
I'll have to remember that phrase. That was quite good, that one. Lose one and gone.
100.
Effectively, it is a knockout tournament for Joe Davis now.
You require 164.
He wants to cash in the finals. It's a 3-player qualifier. He has to beat those 3 players. It's like a gauntlet.
140.
That's a nice approach. But don't underestimate just how much Jared Cole
89.
needs a win as well.
Joe, you require 24.
The one thing that goes in Joe's favour usually is that he starts to play well,
Game show on the
or
first
indeed
day.
better,
Joe Davis.
at this part of the day. For whatever reason, he might not just be one of those people who doesn't like to play in the morning. Well, double 12 and a 13 darter says that maybe this game is there for him
Second
to
leg
take.
is Jared to throw first. Game on. 140.
The match after this is Marsh versus Adams.
57.
We have the possibility of multiple players on 10 points going into the final third of today's play. That maximum for Jared is very welcomed to give himself a bit of breathing space on his own throat. But the things going through my mind right now with this group
140.
is just how tight can it possibly be? It's about as tight as a balloon right now.
100.
Cole wins here. He would eliminate Joe Davis. He'd go to 10 points. Let's say Marsh beats Adams next. He'd go to 10 points. That would mean
100.
by the time that Richie Burnett comes back in match 11 against Joe Davis,
81.
there will be 4 players on 10 points. If you are a neutral, that might be what you're looking
Game
for.
show on the second
Well, Jared
leg.
Cole was looking for that
Jared
81,
Cole.
and that's a 12 darter for him to back up the 13 darter start from Joe Davis. This one is very, very good so far. 2 legs in.
Third leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
Both averaging way over 100. Can this be sustained?
41.
Yesterday, when Jared was playing against Joe, he had already picked up 2 wins. He picked up a third against
45.
Joe and looked very, very useful. He won by 4 legs to 2, averaging 85, and that was his worst performance of the day, you could say.
57.
He doesn't care about performance levels, he just wants points. It's an interesting action that Jared has.
140.
The forearm angle is very straight, which is a great fundamental skill, but his palm of his hand comes so far back, and his backlift towards his right collarbone is very deep.
100.
He's a decent technician, but in my opinion, he's not as good a technician as, say, a Joe Davis, who I've waxed lyrical about this week.
56.
The danger that Jared has with that palm being so vertical towards the sky when he delivers the dart is that it might shoot out of the hand too high. But he seems to get the timing right more often than not.
82.
Does Joe genuinely believe that he can get himself out of this mess after a horrible start to this group,
45.
winning only 2 matches yesterday and indeed losing the first 3. If he can get out of this jam, it may well be the best comeback in any group.
80.
And given the circumstances of what is on offer, that is magnified.
97.
Nice lead from Jared.
Joey require
I'm sure his best friend
141.
on tour most of the time, Steve West, will be watching on, hoping Jared can make it through to Champions Week finals. $25, possibly.
83.
Only picks up a 3, but
Jared
if you are going to miss the
require
25,
180.
any sort of number was going to leave him a 2-darter there, but it's a case of whether he'll get a shot now because tops.
98.
Oh, close.
Joey require
The eternal water
58.
drinker. That is Joe Davis. He goes through more water than Bobby Boucher. Tops for him. Double 10.
game shot.
Very,
the third
very
leg.
well done from the poker-faced young man from Brighton. The 24-year-old doesn't give you a lot of facial expressions. He doesn't give you a lot of exasperation. But he does give you
Four-legged
third
Jared
leg
to
wins.
throw first. Game on. .96.
So far today, Jared has had to work his socks off. His biggest finish against Scott Marsh in match 5 was the finish he used to win the match. A 96 out.
100.
It was a special finish to win by 4 legs to 3. And that was a King of the Hockey performance.
140.
Most of the time when you have a King of the Hockey performance, it's when someone really dominates. They have loads of 180s. They get the win. They get a big finish along the way. But 3 180s to 1. A 96 finish
140.
to Scott's 40. And of course the win. That was good enough for that one to be cashed.
133.
I'd class that visit as cashing in. He leaves 132 to try and get back on level terms. Joe Davis is starting to remind me of Rafael Nadal. He will not break from his routine whatsoever.
131.
He'll
Jared
retrieve,
require
he'll go back to the
132.
table, he will have a sip of water, he will take his time. But it's bull. Oh, 1-3-2 out from Jared Cole.
Jared Cole.
Just a little sample of what he can potentially do. And the blockbuster finishes are starting to rain down on these matches. That was a belter.
Vegas Joe to throw first. Game on.
Jared Cole
50
was
so.
one of the first genuine heavyweight products of the Junior Darts Corporation. The ripples that will be felt from that
58.
junior system, I feel, are starting to hit the top echelons of the game with the likes of Jared, Rusty Jake Rodriguez, Jurjen van der Velde, and
100.
indeed the likes of Leighton Bennett and Keane Barry. The future of the game is in very good hands.
99.
I get genuinely excited watching these kids coming through. They not only remind me of how old I am, but how much I love this game.
.78.
Can Jared hit the front? He's not wondering about his leg difference right now.
96.
He just needs these 2 points to join Adams and Burnett on 10. What he could use is winning this 4-2, because if he can, he would join Burnett on +4.
42.
And be only one leg behind Adams at +5. Make no bones about it, Greg Ritchie has thrown a spanner in the works in this group. Just when we thought Adams was cruising towards the top 2 a little bit earlier, that is no longer the case. A lot of people might think that Burnett is the favourite for the top spot now
96.
because he's the one. He's the one
Jared, you require
who has not lost today.
148. 60.
It will be 18's first for Joe Davis here.
So you require 128.
We have seen this 128 this week. 60 and the bullseye.
56.
And boy, oh boy, is this an opportunity now for Jared
Jared
Cole.
require 88.
132 is a lot harder than this. Double 14.
74.
Oh, and he misses 2 sevens. What a chance that was after getting the treble 20.
Joey requires 72.
Is that going to be the tale of his group and his day? Losing legs he should not lose. It's a combination shot, and these are what Joe does.
56.
But not right now.
Jared, you require 14.
He just wants to hit this. Oh, it's too much. And
10.
sometimes that does happen on double 7. You get too aggressive on dart 2. And that has not worked out.
Joey requires 16.
This leg is wounding Jared Cole's chances of the top 2.
Game
And that
on
shot at
fifth
double
leg.
8 keeps
Joe
Joe
Davis.
Davis alive. I don't know how much more of this I can take. But I'm going to sit here to the very end with you guys watching on. And we are going to go into leg 6 now.
Sixth leg is Jared to throw first. Game on. $140.
Maybe it's a good thing that the group format in the Grand Slam is so short. Because just imagine if it was this long. Imagine if it was 10 games per player instead of 3. Just imagine if it was anything like this group.
140.
It's extraordinary what is changing every single leg.
58.
The better average in this match, Jared Cole. The highest finish, Jared Cole. The most 180s, Jared Cole. The leader, Joe Davis. Is it going to be another game that Jared lets slip?
41.
And just like the last game, where people in the practice room were thinking, come on, Greg, we could use you beating Wolfie.
133.
You've got Martin, you've got Burnett and Marsh in the practice room right now thinking, come on, Joe.
$140.
That does not get him to a finish.
170.
Another for the bull. Does he fancy it?
145.
Well, that was very close to another 12 darter with a massive out. That's what he did with the 132 a couple of legs ago. But ultimately, it's 2 hits from 8 in this match, and that has not been good enough when Joe Davis has been 60% on his doubles.
Jared required 25.
This cannot be missed.
Game shot the
And
sixth
isn't.
flag.
When the pressure
Jared
is
Cole.
put on even more, Jared Cole seems to be up to it. But right now, we're going to a one-leg decider to see who's still in the running. If Joe Davis loses this leg,
Seventh
he's
and
gone.
final leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on. 100.
2 matches after this. If he does lose, he can only make 10 points.
140.
Either Burnett, Marsh, or Adams, or Cole. 2 of those guys are going to make it to 12. You just know they are.
$97.
It's a decent leg so far. A great start from Jared with that 140. He's got to back it up.
93.
He gets a beautiful double switch. And will have to be crafty from 268 to leave a finish next time around. It's a great average of 95.74 so far for Jared. But Joe's played well as well. He's averaging 91.
140.
And he is first to a finish. Wow.
133.
Really good. Not only tactically astute to try and take the 8 off the end of the score, but the 133 gets him to an out where he can start on the 25 and bull. That was a great visit.
64.
Takes the 64
Jared
off the end.
135.
And if he finds this, it'll be magnificent. Oh, now, bullseye. Did he throw that a little fast? Should he have gone a little bit more to the right of the oche to open up the bullseye? Because it was semi-blocked. But he has now missed a match dart. Options from 80. Didn't really scare it.
60.
And Jared has one piece of hope
You require 31.
to get his 4th point of the day. Double 8.
Game,
Really,
showdown
really
the
well
match.
done. He is still in this
Jared
fight,
Cole.
but we can now confirm that Joe Davis has now been taken out of the equation with Greg Ritchie at the bottom 2 of the table. A great game of darts. 7 legs of thrilling action, and Jared Cole ultimately was too good with a 96 average. We're going to get more of that in the next game, but it's Martin Adams against Scott Marsh as Group C continues. Quite incredibly, Scott Marsh, who has been in the running in this table, is now in 4th place. And he's up against Martin Adams in this next match, who is firmly at the top. I say firmly, well, only just. There you see the table. Marsh in 4th, Adams at the top. But the top 3 can be only separated by 2 legs. They've all won 5 and lost 3. Cole, with that huge win against Joe Davis, has now eliminated him because every player now has 2 matches left.
Okay, first leg, it's Martin to throw
And
first.
boy, do they have
Game
to
on.
use them. The best total that Scott Marsh can get is 12 points. He needs to win this one, and he needs to beat Greg Ritchie in match 14 to stand a chance.
60.
Even if Martin wins this game, he's still not guaranteed. The likes of
57.
Adams, Burnett, Marsh and Cole, the 4 runners for the top 2 spots, they all know that they need to win their final 2 matches.
85.
This has surely got to come down to leg difference. It may come down to legs won. It might come down to head-to-head record over the course of the last couple of days.
134.
And if indeed we have 2 players on the same points, the same leg difference, they've won 1 match each, they've won the same amount of legs, we'll have to look at their averages.
140.
And if it comes down to that, maybe Scott Marsh holds the upper hand, because he's the one who's had those 100 pluses.
180.
He had a little bit of that yesterday against Martin. I'm not sure that he took too kindly to it. The exuberance of Scott.
140.
As Marsh beat him by 4 legs to 2 in a match that, in all fairness, wasn't that great. This one is going to be very different. A guaranteed shot at the bull.
105.
A wire clipper.
Martin, you require 76.
That wire will microscopically weigh a little bit less now. But has Scott left the path?
51.
Oh, he's close as well.
Scott, you require 25.
I don't know how much more this I can take. 88.
17.
Another wire mover. And Adams,
Martin, you
who
require
missed
25.
the bull after Scott missed the bull, now has a shot at the same 25 that Scott has just missed.
Game shot
But
on the
he
first
does not
leg.
miss, and it's a
Martin
17
Adams.
darter to get his campaign off and running in this one. Boy, am I going to have to pace my passion in this game. This one is going to be a great finale today.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Richie Burnett will return in the next match and will face the eliminated Joe Davis.
125.
After that, we will get Jared Cole against Greg Ritchie. So what are Joe and Greg going to do to spoil the plans of the chasers even more?
$100.
With Martin 1 leg ahead of Richie Burnett as it stands, if he can find somehow a 4-0 victory against Scott,
59.
he is guaranteed to be top of the table going into the last match.
$123.
It is the point of no return for Scott. We do know that. Because if he does lose, we know that we are guaranteed someone getting to 12 points between Cole and Burnett, because they play each other in match 15. So it is a knockout scenario, very similar to what Joe Davis has just felt. So it's 2 down.
100.
Could be 3 after this. I don't think he got that one right.
98 left.
You don't really want 98 with 1 dot left. You want
99.
97. But he is 100 ahead. I'm just nitpicking there. I'd much rather watch darts than pick nits. That's for sure. That's a
100.
painstaking job.
Scott, you require 78.
They're on the same number again, just like they were in the last leg. They both had 25. Can Scott take the 78?
Game shot on the second
Yes, he
leg.
can.
Scott
Really,
Marsh.
really well done. He stays in the fight here. And the last leg, he had 25 and wasn't able to take it. So the possibility of 2-0 has presented itself. But 1-1
Third
he
leg,
will
it's
take.
Martin to throw first. Game on. $60.
You wonder how wounded the Wolf is after that surprising loss to Greg Ritchie of Scotland in match 8.
140.
I have to say I was very impressed with Greg in the final 4 legs of that match, but I didn't expect him to beat Martin. I'm not sure many people did.
140.
I'm sure the odds on Greg Ritchie winning that match were fairly heavy. As far as this one's concerned, it's a coin flip. But
180.
Scott Marsh is starting to find the maximums. He's got his second. And I just get the feeling that Martin is not enjoying playing Scott Marsh right now. Although maybe he is, because he's got to a finish first, backing up Scott's maximum. What a great leg of darts.
100. Martin, you require 121.
He's had a 121 earlier on. He's not going to get one here.
42. Scott, you require 81.
Can he pinch the Wolfie throw on the bullseye?
56.
No, he can't.
Martin, you require 79.
And as Martin approaches this 79, he's looking to treble 13. Oh boy. That was so the wrong shot. But he could fix it.
54.
Why, oh why, oh why would you go for treble 13 there, when indeed 13 would leave 66? Double 8.
Game shot on the
And
third
maybe
leg.
Scott Marsh does deserve that leg. He played very, very well for it. But I have to say, I think Wolfie made a tactical mistake there. Going for treble 13 on 79 with 3 darts in hand, I feel it was not the right play.
Game on.
Let me just explain that. You want to finish a combination like that on a double. Of course you do.
100.
But if you go 13s first and get the single, it's 16 bull. If you go 19s and get the single, it's 20 for double top. You'd much rather have tops than bull.
140.
Now, indeed, knowing the way that Martin plays, if he gets the single 13, it leaves 66. He'll probably go treble 16 for double 9. But if you ask
58.
most pundits, I'm not going to say all of them because someone might disagree with me, going 13s first there for me was not the right one to do. That has to be forgotten.
60.
But make no error here, because Scott Marsh knows he's in a knockout scenario, hence that aggressive look on his face, and hence shots like that. He's playing well in this game. He's averaging 99 to Martin's 98. This game has got legs in it.
140.
It's had 3 maximums. All of the other scoring statistics are very, very similar. Their doubles
101.
percentage is exactly the same at
Martin, you require
33%.
161.
They can barely be separated. But the most important stat has got Marsh in front for now. Bullseye! Oh, so close to 2-2.
Scott, you require 102.
Does he go bull? No, he went for the 42, which I think was the right shot.
82. Martin, you require 25.
Or are we going to be level after 4? Double 8 for 2-2.
Nine.
What a chance for Marsh. What a chance.
You require 20.
Double 10. 2 5s. He wants this. He wants it badly. But
10.
he can't find it. That really was a blocker.
Martin,
What a
you require
let-off
16.
for Wolfie there. Can he find double 4 after the body shift to the right?
Game
Oh, that
from
was
the
such a
fourth
good
leg.
shot.
Martin Adams.
And let me just explain to you in the next leg what he did before he went for that double 4. But the most important thing for Martin right now is that he got to 2-2. And he has.
Fifth leg, it's Martin to throw first.
He goes for the double 8.
Game on.
When he splits it, he doesn't automatically go for the double 4. If he does, with his body position for the double 8, he's going to be more closed in going for the 2 o'clock
140.
position on the board. What he did was, he retreated a little bit, just turned his body to his right-hand side, opened up his body a little bit, and made it a natural shot at double 4
58.
instead of a closed body shot. And I know that's very complicated to explain, but I firmly believe that he would have missed the double 4 had he not shifted a little bit.
81.
It is of paramount importance to Marsh that he wins this, of course. I've mentioned that a few times.
100.
But it'll make the Group C table look rather sexy, actually. Because it would be 4 players on 10 points with 5 matches to go in total.
30.
If indeed that does happen, the thing going against Scott Marsh is the fact that 2 of those players on 10 points have 2 matches. He only has the 1.
100.
This one is being played at a slower pace, but that is not detracting away from what we are watching.
100.
The pace of this game really does suit both of them. They're not having to rush shots. They're not being drawn into a quickfire contest like they would be against Jared Cole, for example.
59.
6 darts from 150
Martin, you require 150.
to get the lead. Where does he go? Treble 18. Might go treble 12 here.
140.
Beautifully done. Not many people go that way for 72 anymore. Just Martin, just Conan Whitehead, and Dave Chisnell. They're the only 3 that I can think of off the top of my head. Because they all
Martin,
love
you
double
require
18.
36.
Maybe Conan and Chizzy a bit more than Martin.
Game
But
shot on
right
fifth
now,
leg.
he adores double
Martin
18
Adams.
because it gives him the lead back. And he is very, very close to being the first person to get to 12 points to put the pressure back on the chasing pack.
Sixth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on. 131.
It's a somewhat puzzling little idiosyncrasy that Scott Marsh has when he hits certain scores.
140.
He tends to fan his arms out as if to say, I don't know. If you type I don't know into a tweet, the smiley is someone just with their hands out to the left and right.
140.
Maybe it's just a natural reaction. All dart players are different, and they all have their own little mannerisms. But it looks very, very likely now that we are going to the wire for the second match in succession, with all of the pressure
95
on Scott Marsh. Because if he doesn't find 2 straight legs here, he is not going to be in the finals on Saturday night.
70. Scott, you require 135.
Chose not to go for the bull. I think that was the right play. Now a bullseye or treble 18.
63.
I'm puzzled by that. He had a lovely guide for the bullseye and he likes tops. So why wouldn't you use that bed? Dart players are funny creatures, you know. They don't even know what they're doing sometimes.
100.
They go into autopilot and they make those tiny little errors
72.
that could cost them. Oh, treble 12 again. Maybe he heard me. But it's tops for 3-3.
52.
Well, if Adams hits this...
Martin, you require 160.
This is the knockout punch. It misses.
$100.
But this is not a guarantee.
Scott, you require 20.
It has to go higher.
Game shot on the 6th flag.
Exactly on the same line, but he got the weight of the dart right there to win leg 6. So we are down to a 1-leg shootout to see whether Scott Marsh survives at this situation or whether he's out.
Martin to throw first. Game on. $85.
We've talked a lot about what defeat would do for Scott. What would defeat do for Martin? He's only won 1 game today.
45.
And if he loses this one, he will have won 1 of 4. I'm not sure there were many people around the world looking at the table on social media last night thinking, Martin's not going to get through.
140.
I was looking at it as if to say, when is Martin getting through? Is he finding the right leg at the right time?
62.
That is great news for Wolfie. Right there, those 2 single ones. But the 1 bed is having its say.
43.
It's still a healthy advantage of 161 points. But this one is nervy. He is a player who really does scrap and has this knack of doing enough. But this is taking it to the edge, taking it to the limit.
41.
Oh no. And Marsh has got to be careful from 259. At least get down to 160 here. Got to go back upstairs.
99.
And he gets to 160. Adams could not hit that shot for the match in leg 6. He gets his chance at it in leg 7.
45.
Adams fails from 192.
Scott, you require 100.
It's advantage Marsh. Match point. But not match dart.
$100.
We have seen at times
Martin, you require
Martin find
147.
these kinds of finishes to win matches. He's not going to find the 147.
$39.
Not at all happy with his approach work in the last
Scott,
9
you
darts.
require 60.
And it's Marsh to get to 10 points. To do the double over Wolfie in 2 days. Double 10.
50.
He hasn't done it.
Martin, you require 108.
Can he steal it? Oh, what a dart. That is so perfect. That one is right in the middle of the 16 for double. Oh, what a steal from Martin Adams. And he eliminates Scott Marsh from this finals week with a ton-plus checkout. Thrilling stuff from the Wolf. He couldn't find anything towards the end of that leg, but then, given one chance, he finds just enough to take his place at the top of the table on 12 points. The job is not done. He had the inferior average. He had the better checkouts. He had the biggest checkout of the match, and it came at the death. Beautifully done from Adams. So let's all just take a collective inhale and exhale and move on to Richie Burnett and Joe Davis, because we haven't seen Richie in a while. So come on down, Richie. What else you got? Now eliminated from the possibility of making the Champions Week finals, as Scott Marsh makes way for a 3-way battle, which now takes another turn as Richie Burnett returns to the hockey for the first time in a few games. We now have the possibility of Cole, Burnett or Adams to make it through. Because Jared Cole will take on Richie Burnett in the final match, it is now impossible for Scott Marsh to get to a total that will reach the top 2.
Okay, first leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
That is now in the books. And of course, Joe Davis has been eliminated also. He still has 2 matches left, but can have a huge impact on who makes it through, because he takes on Burnett now, and in 2 matches' time, takes on Wolfie. And if he can do what he did yesterday in winning his final 2 matches, that will be
55.
Glorious news for Jared Cole. Problem is, he didn't defeat Richie and Martin yesterday.
83.
His final 2 victories came against Greg Ritchie and Scott Marsh. So a very different challenge here, especially when he's only picked up 1 win today. And also because Ritchie has played very, very well today. What he has been doing over the last hour or so, as we've had 3 matches that have all almost gone the distance, a 4-2 and 2 4-3s. What Ritchie has been doing to get ready for this match has been very important.
43.
He cannot afford right now to take his foot off the gas. One loss
100.
could be fatal. There are still so many different circumstances possible. Every single match is going to affect something. Apart from match 14, which is now a dead rubber between Marsh and Ritchie.
58.
Ritchie has not tasted defeat today. He has been very, very good. Started with a win against Greg.
60.
92 average.
Richie,
40% on doubles. Very competent. Then he got better against Wolfie with a 94 average and 57% on doubles. And then got better still against Scott Marsh, winning 4 legs to 1 with a 99 average. Boy, would he like another performance like that right now. It's been scrappy to start this one off.
40.
But nonetheless,
Richie
he's still on a 2-darter with the throw. He can approach tops cautiously
60.
and hope
Joe, you require 136.
that Joe does not find a big combination. His plan has worked.
60. Richie, you require 40.
Just take it out. Do not make things complicated. Double 10. That will make him feel a little bit better. He gets that little burst of adrenaline when he takes that leg out. It wasn't a classic leg, but it was good enough to hold his own throw. Now he can attack the Davis throw.
Leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
Right now, averages are not going to get you any bonus points. But like I mentioned a little bit earlier in the coverage, if we have 2 players, or indeed 3, can you imagine if 3 players have got the same stats? That would be a real headache for myself and the stats guys.
41.
Players can be separated by points, leg difference, legs won, and if indeed head-to-head record is 1-1 over the last couple of days,
97.
we would have to look at averages. That's the last call right there. Maximum number 1 of the match for Richie Burnett. He is starting to find his range.
$83.
Just looking at the head-to-head records for Richie Burnett against his challengers for the top 2 spots, he is 1-1 with Martin Adams.
60.
With Jared Cole, he is 1-0 down. So it does not work in his favour, that statistic.
$57.
Can he get down to 120?
60.
Not quite.
Joe, you require 164.
He's looking south for the 164. Can he find another? That might have been in if it wasn't for the other dart.
96. Richie
Yesterday,
require 160.
he hit this against Joe Davis. And it was to win the match. Not today.
60.
But this leg is not over.
Joe, you require 68.
There's no pressure on Joe Davis right now. He's just playing darts. He's just trying to win a match.
52.
But Burnett will respond.
Richie, you require 100.
If he hits this. Boy, is that a good dart. Needs another at tops.
80.
Oh, it's really short though. If he's going to miss that
Joe,
one,
you
you're better
require
off
16.
missing it high and possibly letting the dart bounce it in. If it's short, it's never in. Double 8.
8.
And it's not there.
Richie, you require
Do not
20.
underestimate the fact that every leg that Ritchie wins is very important.
No, that's not it.
Double 5 with one dart left.
10.
He bends the wire. For a second, he thought the double 10 was in.
Joe, you require 8.
Double 4. He's going round the houses. A different door.
No score.
And maybe all of the adrenaline that Joe has had
Richie,
all
you
week
require
long
10.
is gone. Throw it at the dart. Either of them. Oh, and it bounces in. That's how you use it.
Burnett.
You saw from the earlier shot at tops that if it's short, it can never be in. But if it is just a little bit too high, with those darts right above the double 5, it has every
It's
chance.
Richie
2-0.
to throw first. Game on. $180.
That is the second maximum of this match for the Welshman. And right now, we have to start talking about leg difference. Because
57.
even though Martin Adams at the top of the table is on 12 points, he's on +6 leg difference. Burnett is 2 legs away
97.
from a 4-0 scoreline. I know that's premature, but that's what Ritchie wants right now. He wants to win 4-0. And if he can,
100.
he can get to 12 points and +8. If he wins by 4-0 or 4-1, he will go top.
100.
If he wins 4-2, he will be level with Adams on points and leg difference and head-to-head record.
34.
We'll have to look at his legs won.
You require 124.
Didn't even think about going for treble
100.
18 and bull.
$57.
Double 12
Richie requires
for his
24.
best leg of the match.
Game shot on the
Easily
third leg.
done. And that will make
Richie
him
Burnett.
feel so much better because now he has the opportunity for that 4-0 scoreline that he dreamt about before it began. So can he do it?
Fourth leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
A break of throw over Joe
100.
is a real possibility because he has already done it in the match. Just looking at legs 1
100.
for Richie Burnett. Before the day began, he had won 12.
100.
Today so far, he has won 3 more matches, which is another 12. And 3 in this match. Imagine if he does win 4 legs to nil. That will make 28 legs won. As far as Martin Adams is concerned,
66.
he started with 18 legs won. Today, he has won 2 games, which means he has 26.
96.
And in the 2 matches that he has lost, he has picked up 2 legs and 2 legs for 4 more, so 30.
90.
So Adams is leading on legs won. But we might not have to go that far.
190.
Because Richie Burnett is very, very close to winning this one without losing a leg. No shot at the double 14. And he's taken that 145 this week twice. Why he's left double 3, I don't know. Colin Osborne did that last night and it hurt his chances of winning a match. 84 left. No shot for the leg.
47.
So is losing this leg going to damage Richie's chances? Well, he's lost it.
Joe Davis.
And he hasn't got that 4-0 that he craved. So we'll keep an eye on the legs won. We'll also keep an eye on whether he can get the win in this match because nothing is guaranteed.
This leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on. $60.
After this, we will take a very short break before we have Jared Cole back at the hockey to take on Greg Ritchie. And we will see what he has to do to remain in the fight.
59.
If Jared does win against Greg and Burnett wins this match, it could well be a shootout between Burnett and Cole in the last match of the day. In fact, it would be.
$60.
It will also depend on what Joe Davis does with Martin Adams. Adams now knows that if he wins against Davis,
100.
he's safe. And you have to say that maybe Wolfie deserves
96.
that knowledge after that incredible 108 checkout to defeat Scott Marsh in the last match. It was
44.
I don't really have a superlative for it. It was typically Wolfie. That'll do. Richie's losing his range. Not anymore.
96.
Leaves 130 for the match if Joe does not take this big out.
60.
Ritchie has not had a match start yet.
85.
He doesn't have a guarantee of one at this visit. 60 for the bull. He has a match start.
105.
And it misses by a very small margin. Double 12. And Joe Davis hands the buck back to Richie Burnett. He's missed 1 dart at the bull for the match. He's got 2 more.
17.
And they are both not taken.
Joey required
what
12.
else could possibly happen?
Game shot on
Well,
the
that
fifth
can
flag.
happen because
Joe
it's now
Davis.
3-2, and I said there were no guarantees that Richie Burnett would win this match. He has now missed 3 match darts, and all he's thinking about now is not a scoreline, just get me one more leg.
Joe to throw first. Game on. $131.
What could possibly transpire in leg 6?
$100. $86.
Joe Davis is starting to find something with no pressure on his shoulders.
$140.
All of the pressure in this match is firmly on Burnett. If he does not win this match, and Jared Cole wins against Greg
100.
Ritchie next, he's going to have to win by a margin against Jared in the last match of the day.
100.
He does not want to go to that scenario. Trust me.
$81. Richie require 161.
161 for the match. He doesn't get a shot at the bull, but he does leave double 12.
Joey require 103.
If this goes, we're going the distance for the 3rd match in a row.
57.
Can Richie Burnett
Richie required
get to 12 points before Jared Cole? 5 match darts have gone. But number 6 is the one. Well, how stressful was that in the end? He has found his way to a 4-2 win. We didn't go the distance, but Richie Burnett is now in 2nd place in the table on legs 1 alone. Well, Jared Cole, do you know what you've got to do when you come into this next match? Yes, you do. You have to win. The averages weren't great, but we'll just swipe that aside and we'll go straight to the next match because that is what's most important. Jared Cole coming down with Greg Ritchie. plot thickens as we go into the next match, and Greg Ritchie will play his penultimate game, and he will play 2 of the next 3 matches. But Jared Cole, he's the one we're concerned about in this game. He needs a win to stay with Adams and Burnett at the top. We have now had 250,000 darts thrown since the Live League started. But that table tells a very interesting story. At the conclusion of this game, we could have 3 players on 12 points. It is firmly up to Jared to make that happen.
Okay, first leg, it's Greg to throw first. Game on.
If he does not do that, he's going to have to beat Richie Burnett. And nobody has done that today. He's the only person who can.
140.
So if he is to lose this game to Greg Ritchie and hand him a second win of the day, he has got to lose it tight. And I'm talking 4-3.
60.
Because if he does lose in a tight match, he'll have to win by a certain margin against Ritchie. But this pace is going to suit both players. It has to be said. It suited Jared yesterday. He had his best winning performance against Greg yesterday. Boy, does he need 96. It again. Phase 2 began a matter of 5 weeks ago. We had a curtain raiser, courtesy of Sporty Stuff TV, and their trophy.
70.
Richie Burnett won that trophy.
55.
We have had 997 180s in Phase 2. So 3 more today, and we will hit 1,000. That is some playing, guys. Congratulations.
57.
I'm taking 0 credit for those.
115. 95.
Miss it tops for Jared.
Greg, you require 100.
In every likelihood, he will be back. But don't underestimate Greg right now. There's no pressure on his shoulders.
56. Jared required 20. Game shot on the
first blood to Jared Cole.
Cole.
Very, very good stuff from him. He needs a win. It's not really about the leg difference in this match if he wins, because he will still need to beat Richie Burnett.
First. Game on. $100.
What will be very interesting is if Martin Adams loses to Joe Davis, and of course the loser of the final match, they will be tied on 12.
45.
And we'll have to look at leg difference and the legs won. I'm keeping track on the legs won. And as it stands at the minute,
140.
Legs won in this group. Martin Adams has got 30. Richie Burnett has 26. And Jared Cole has 26.
100. $140.
He's doing a very, very tidy job here, is Jared. He is someone who can find a pressure shot when he needs it. He did it in his last match against Joe Davis, finding a 1-3-2 finish and a great last leg. Averaged 96 in that must-win match. We didn't know it at the time, but it was a must-win match, just like this one is.
85. Jared requires 79.
I bet Jared goes 19s first on 79. Of course he does. He doesn't make mathematical errors. And he doesn't make execution errors either.
Jared Cole.
He is 2-0 up in no time whatsoever. This is all going according to plan, But remember, when Richie Burnett was 2-0 up, it was all going according to plan for him as well.
Game on.
He eventually won that match anyway, but he could have won it by a larger margin.
57.
So now, Jared Cole has 27 legs won. He overtakes Richie Burnett in that statistic. So if we can't break the tie of 2 players on leg difference, overall legs won will come into play.
60.
If legs won is the same, the head-to-head record between the two will
60.
also come into play. But that's more likely to be between Martin
84.
and someone else. Only if Martin loses. Magnificent.
180.
And he's looking to do what Conan Whitehead did earlier in the week. The 3-4-1-6. And if he can do it, it will not only be one of the hardest 6-dart conversions in the game. He's not going to take it, but it will be another leg. That's the most important thing right now.
50.
Is he going to have company in the finishing zone? Oh yeah, you better believe it. What a great approach from Greg. 92 turns into 72, which you cannot
55.
convert in one dart.
Greg, you require 125.
He's just hit the bull to leave this. He would like another bull. 12 doesn't help him.
49. Jared, you require 56.
To stretch his lead to 3. Double top.
Game shot.
Very much in control.
Jared
And he loves this pace of the game. You can tell that he likes playing against Greg Ritchie and the faster players, because when he does, he just doesn't hesitate.
4th leg, it's Jared to throw first. Game on.
He has 2 breaks of throw. He now has multiple opportunities to get himself to 12 points.
44.
And to take us to the last leg for all players, the last game even, with 3 still vying for 2 spots in the finals. To join James Richardson, who I'm sure is watching on, thinking, you guys stress yourself out. I'm kicking back. I'm already there. Whoever makes it, it's going to be a fabulous Saturday night.
100.
Look how good Cole is being under pressure.
99.
Averaging 93 to Greg's 78, which makes the scoreline no surprise.
105.
Possibly 6 darts away from a 4-0.
140.
And this could be a valuable 4-0. Reminder, if Adams loses against Joe Davis next,
100. Jared requires
all these legs count. Every single one of them. 20 for tops.
58.
That one was underpitched.
Greg, you require 100.
And that is a match dart that has come and gone. Two tops. And it wasn't really close.
40. Jared, you require 20.
Double 10.
Game
Job done for Jared Cole. That was the ideal scenario, and that takes him to 29 legs won. He's only 1 leg behind Martin Adams, but he's got the same points as Martin. He's got the same points as Richie Burnett. You can see the chasm between those 2 performances, but Jared Cole, take a bow. When you needed a big performance, you have just delivered one. Martin Adams will play his final game of Group C against Joe next. There is a big, big price on Martin Adams' head if you are Joe right now. Take the drama? I'm not sure I can. But we have 3 matches left. One of them in the middle in match 14 will be a bit of a dead rubber, but it will be for pride. But for the next one, it's a Martin Adams match, which he needs to win. There you see, 3 players on 12 points. But that doesn't tell you the full story. Because the leg difference between the 3 of them, they can be separated by 1 leg. Jared Cole is at the top. Incredible. With that 4-0 win against Greg Ritchie just now.
Okay, first leg, it's Joe.
He has been
first. Game on.
re-elevated to the top spot. A place where he was in the middle portion of yesterday, but lost it to Martin
81
in the last game of Thursday.
$95.
1 match left for all players in this group, and we know that 3 of them are playing without pressure. They know they're eliminated.
121.
Martin Adams with that heroic 108 checkout in his last match to eliminate Scott Marsh, who will not now be part of Saturday night's Champions Week finals.
42.
Isn't it appropriate that 2
94.
of the players will go head-to-head in match 15? And it will be a shootout, somewhat, for a place in the Champions League finals. Whoever wins that match
41.
will be through. Whoever loses that match might be out. It does depend on what Martin does first.
59.
So let's cross that bridge when we come to it. If Adams wins here, he is in.
100. Joe, you require
Then it will be a
146.
straight shootout between Cole and Burnett. But Martin's got to do his job first.
59.
He just needs to find enough against a Joe Davis that was starting to relax a little bit against Burnett. But there will be no relaxing here from Wolfie.
180. Joe, you require 87.
Can he snag this first leg? Away from Joe. He'll have to dodge a missed double 12 first. Oh, and that comes out of the
72.
cannon and dives
Martin, you require
into the
43.
single 9. What a great result for Martin. Double 16 is for a break, a throw.
27.
Not able to find it.
Joe, you require 15.
Well, Joe's now got 15 points to find. Double 6.
3.
And it may still be first blood to Wolfie.
Martin, you require 16.
Is that a help? It doesn't matter anymore. The little shift to the right. And the
12.
double 4 is not kind this time.
Joe, you require 12.
Still double 6. Now double 3. You can feel the tension.
Martin, you require 4.
2 2s. Desmondinho. Well, pick a spot. It's got to be right half.
2.
And they're both having a bit of a nightmare.
Joe, you require 3.
Madhouse. They're both in the same house,
Game shot on the first leg.
but it's Joe's
Joe
house.
Davis.
In leg 1, it is taken on double 1, with his opponent also on double 1. The tension is there. It is palpable. Wolfie still needs to win
Second
from
leg,
here.
it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
The fact that all 3 players at the top of this table are on 12 points is proving that
140.
Champions Week is living up to its billing. In Group A, we had 3 players on 20 points. They could only be
100.
split by leg difference, and in the case of the top 2, only the head-to-head record would split James Richardson and Sean McDonald. What are we going to get tonight from Group B? Are we going to get more of this?
120.
It's very possible, because that's a very tightly packed group. +7 for leg difference for Jared Cole. +6 for Adams and
95.
Burnett. Adams has 30 legs won. Cole has 29. Burnett has 28. Wherever you look, everything is close.
140.
This is the equivalent of 3 horses going for the Grand National title, and they're all neck and neck in the final furlong.
83. Martin, you require 96.
6 darts from here to get his first leg of this contest. Double 8.
88.
But he's missing too many darts at double. That is now 9 missed at double.
100.
He cannot afford to keep
Martin,
missing.
You require 8.
Back to double 2.
No
Oh
score.
no.
Joe, you require 123.
This is not good news for Martin Adams fans. He's taking a time out at the back. And he's fortunate that he is coming back.
91. Martin, you require 8.
Back for double 4.
Game
And
shot
his
on the
first
second leg.
double comes
Martin
with his 13th shot at the outer ring in this match. And that may have lit the touch paper, you hope, for Martin's chances. I'm remaining on the fence, of course, from these three players. But I'm sure there's a lot of Martin Adams fans out there who are willing him on and hoping he will be part of tomorrow night.
97.
Where, of course, there will be 6 players. And the 6 players will be split into 2 groups. 2 groups of 3 players. They will play 2 matches each. And then those 2 respective groups will give us our 2 semi-finals. And then it's playing down to the finalists, the 3rd and 4th place players,
85.
and eventually the champion, which will be around, I think, 1:15 in the morning on Sunday. So I hope you can join us on Sporty Stuff TV for that.
45.
The averages aren't great, but they don't mean anything right now. Just very typical of a very tired match for Joe, a nervy one for Martin. But just imagine if Wolfie does lose this match after
59.
getting that great start yesterday and clinging on to that win against Marsh in the last match. If he loses this one, he's not out, but he'd need a favour.
59.
Just imagine if Davis wins this, say 4-2 or 4-1.
Jerry require 120.
Both Cole and Burnett could both make it through. I suppose
90.
you wouldn't blame Martin if he was getting a bit tired. This is his 5th consecutive day of play. His 5th consecutive morning and afternoon. At 64 years of age, what he's doing at this level is amazing.
Joey require 101.
But he is a human being. No possibility of the 101
49.
going. Is Martin going to have to find a performance like he did yesterday against Joe, where he squeaked through by 4 legs to 3?
70. Jerry require 52.
Double 16 for the lead once again.
Game shot on the 3rd leg.
Easily done.
Joe Davis.
And that is a 20 darter to hold his throw. And the pressure swings back to Martin Adams now, as he has a 1-leg deficit to bridge. And then potentially after that, he has to find a break.
Game on.
Not having the darts in this match could be a huge thing.
95.
Martin Adams must hold, then find 1 break of throw and hold again at some point. This is tiresome stuff
81.
for these players. The pressure that I am feeling on their behalf. And I'm not even playing. But sometimes it's harder to watch than it is to play. At least you're in control of your own destiny when you've got the darts in your hand.
100. $58.
Lots for Joe to mull over the last 4.5 days. It didn't work for him when he was playing in Group A.
60.
It has not worked in Group C. So we'll have to wait to see him again. Over the first couple of days, he had the measure of Martin. A 4-0 win on Monday.
90.
His best performance of the week, I might add. And a 4-3 win on Tuesday. But since then, he has lost to Martin twice. 4-2 and 4-3. So their head-to-head for the week is tied. Of course it is.
45.
Because everything has been close this week.
$26.
This is where you want a nice, simple 105 or 100. You don't want to invite Joe in.
83.
But that last start bounces into the 60 and makes things a little bit easier for Martin. This has got the feeling of a final.
58. Martin, you require 180.
Essentially, that's what it is. Single 18. Double top.
98.
It is a miss, but it's not something that will be punished. At least not yet.
$36.
2 10s
Martin,
for a
require
level
20.
game after 4 to take us to best of 3. Too many times today he has been splitting doubles,
On the fourth
but on
leg.
this occasion he
Martin
takes the
Adams.
double 5, so he's getting better incrementally. But the last thing you want to be doing is going for double 5. Well, it is a break of throw that Martin needs. Can it come in leg 5?
First. Game on.
As far as the legs 1 is concerned,
60.
Martin Adams now has 32, which is ahead of Jared and Richie Burnett. But it won't get to that.
135.
If Martin Adams can find 2 legs from here. This is where he's got to find 2 good legs. I think for Martin's heart, the last thing he wants to do is go to a last
96.
leg decider again, like he did against Scott Marsh. The adrenaline is starting to pump and it's working.
140.
135, 140. Davis way back on 345. This is brilliant from Martin. Using all of that experience of the last
100.
35 years. But the job isn't done. It's far from done.
81.
It's a nice buffer of 100 points. That
85.
buffer is now only
Martin, you
15.
require 145.
He's probably not going to use the 25 and bull here. Maybe he should have,
41.
because that
Joe, you
is
require
not ideal.
160.
Can he find 104 in the same sort of fashion that he found the 108
Martin,
against
you require
Marsh?
104.
That was a fabulous approach, 140 from Joe Davis. And that single 1 is painful to see.
38.
Davis's motivation
requires
is to
20.
win against Adams 3 times this week. And he's hit double 15.
No score. Martin, you require 66.
I am speechless. But look at this. Double 8. Double 4. This time he doesn't shift.
62.
And it didn't work. I'm amazed he went bull first.
Joey require
Such courage
20.
from Adams. But the second time of asking a double 10. He gets it
Games
right
on the
this
fifth
time.
leg.
And it's
Joe
3
Davis.
legs to 2. Well, well, well. What are we going to see next? Wolfie fans will be on the edge of their seats as he now
Leg,
has
it's
to find
Martin
2
to
straight
throw
legs to win.
first. Game on.
This is heroic.
180.
Talk about a monstrous 180. Now here is a permutation and a half for you. Just handed to me by
58.
one of the most important men in the building, Mark Walker. If Martin loses this game by 4 legs to 3, the only result that would eliminate him would be a 4-3 Richie Burnett win.
140.
Does that make sense? It does to me. So if he does win this leg,
134.
Martin Adams, the result of the last match of the day, if it's anything but a 4-3 Richie Burnett win, he is safe.
60.
And it would have everything to do with legs won over the course of the last couple of days. But he's got to win this leg.
139.
And that is a 139 and a
Martin,
half.
you require 120.
He doesn't get the half, but it pressurizes the 1-2-1. If Joe Davis hits this 170, Martin is going to feel hollow.
Joe, you require 170.
Could be his last 3 darts of the week. It would have been pretty appropriate considering how many big finishes
58.
Martin's had hit against him this week and how many
Martin,
Joe's
you
hit.
require 81.
But this is huge. Double 12. Oh no. Oh no.
65.
He now needs to dodge a bullet.
Joe, you require 112.
Does he get a shot at double 16? He does not.
60.
And Martin, who has had trouble on
Martin, you
double 8 in
require
this match,
16.
needs to find it now. He's found it.
Flag.
And he's
Martin
very,
Adams.
very, very close to Saturday night's finals now. Only a 4-3 win for Richie Burnett in the final match of the day will eliminate Martin Adams,
7 from
but he is
final
1
leg
leg
is
away
Joe to
from
throw
assured
first.
place
Game on.
in Saturday night. He still needs that break of throw.
98.
Shades of the game against Scott Marsh yet again.
100.
Joe Davis probably doesn't even know the importance of this leg. But then again, he might. And right now, in Joe's shoes,
55.
you have to be an executioner. If you're Martin, you've got to be impervious. Oh my word, how good is that?
180.
He has owned the 180 stats in this game. That's his 3rd. But what a time to find that. He's 221 points away.
134.
And he has taken the darts away from Joe in the early part of this leg. How is he doing this?
$100.
Could he possibly punch his ticket to the finals with a 1-2-1 on the bullseye? It's what I like to call Robert Thornton style.
98.
Shades of his
Martin, you
UK
require
Open win
121.
9 years ago. 51 for that bull. Not really close.
57.
So here comes
Joe, you
the
require
possible executioner.
116.
It wouldn't be to eliminate Martin Adams. It would be to make him wait. And it's double 18.
84.
That was a very, very
Martin,
tired
you
dart.
require 64.
He's going to get one dart for the finals. And he's found it!
Showdown the match.
Yet again,
Martin
with
Adams.
one match dart in hand at double 16, he has found a fabulous, fabulous rescue shot. Martin Adams is now assured of being in your Champions Week finals on Saturday night. So Martin, job done, darts down. Forget about your average. It wasn't that good anyway, so let's forget about that. And we're going to take a break from all of this stress as we see Scott Marsh and Greg Ritchie finish up their Group C action. Excuse me while I just put my abacus away and get rid of my calculator, and the pen and paper is not really needed anymore because we know that the last match of the day is going to be a shootout between Burnett and Jared Cole. But as far as game 14 is concerned, these guys are going home after this, but there's one more match for them to play. There you see Martin Adams back on top. His campaign is complete and the job is done. We will have Martin Adams part of the finals with James Richardson. He will be joined by Cole or Burnett after this. And Greg Ritchie will be at the bottom of the table, come what may.
First I get Scott to throw first. Game on.
But what the motivation is for Greg Ritchie is to have a better Friday than Thursday. If he can find a second win
59.
against Scott Marsh, that would bolster his total to 6. That would be the same as Joe Davis, but his leg difference
85.
has always been inferior to all of his competitors. But he has played his part in today's drama after that
140.
defeat of Martin Adams. Back in game 8, that is the game that really set up the
96.
drama that we have had the last 3 or 4 matches. It's not going to be as close as Group A, but boy, has it felt like it.
81.
We're going to start tonight's action with Jamie Clark and Conan Whitehead. And Jamie Clark is
80.
out of proceedings after not getting any points last night, but Conan Whitehead starting things off a shade after 10 p.m. British time on Sporty Stuff TV. He will very much want a win to start his campaign tonight.
54.
4 matches per player tonight. And lots of players in with a chance. We have 2 players on 6 points, 2 players on 4 points.
So you require 160.
And any one of those 4 could find their way through to the finals with Adams and Richardson. And of course it is
95.
3 spots available tonight, not just 2. That's the bonus of qualifying for Group B. You can see the relaxed nature of this game, plenty of smiles. The pressure is off now. That doesn't mean they don't want to win this match.
95. Scott, you require 72.
Scott Marsh does win this match. It'll only be his 2nd win of the day. Double top.
32.
So it's not an 18-dart hold. Could be an 18-dart break. But that does not materialise.
56. Scott, you require 40.
Double top. Right or left? He chose the right. We might go left now. That flight is firmly in his eye line.
5.
That did not go to plan.
Greg, you require 60.
Top's double 10, surely. The way things have gone for Greg today. But double top it is.
$40.
That has not gone to
Scott,
plan.
you require 35.
This is very similar to a start that we had in the previous match. Both players really struggling. Double 8.
19.
They continue to struggle.
Greg, you require 20.
Double 5.
Game shot.
That's a great shot.
Greg Ritchie.
And it is a 23-dart break of throw. You don't say that every day at the Online Darts Live League, but it's not the best beginning to this match. I'm sure it's about to warm up, though, as we go into leg 2.
Second leg, it's Greg to throw first. Game on.
Just thinking about their game from yesterday, I was impressed with
58.
Greg. 88.83 average, 2 180s, 44% on the doubles. But the fact that he was able to defy an almost 97 average from Scott Marsh and 75% on his doubles and the biggest check out of the match just goes to show how efficient that performance was from Greg.
53.
This is the problem sometimes when adrenaline leaves the body.
41.
You tend to gauge the adrenaline when it's pumping, but when it leaves, your body feels different. That's the complexity of group play. When you're in a knockout tournament and the adrenaline comes out of your body because you've lost, you don't have to play anymore. But in group play, you do. It's a very hard game to play when you're flat.
45.
Just think about local league darts where you're playing maybe a Super League game. Best of 7 or best of 5, depending on the format in your county.
45.
You don't play another game after that. You don't have to get up for another game. You might play pairs or a team game first, but you don't play another singles match after that. So you can relax, no matter what the result.
45.
But we did see yesterday from Scott Marsh, after a massive average against Jared Cole of 103, that when he played his last match, he
100.
dived to a 74. He'll be hoping he can do something about his stats right now, because they aren't great.
100.
That's better. Leaves himself to
Regular
170, and I
130.
still have hope for a 170 either today or tomorrow, because we haven't had one all week.
$65.
Halves the
Scott, you
score.
require 170.
So can we get the 170 here? There's your answer.
$58. Greg, you require 65.
Oh, look at that for a bullseye. Oh, what a thing
No
of beauty
score.
that was, but the second dart wasn't. He's just bust the
Scott, you
score.
require 100.
So if there is a thing as a bad bullseye, it probably was that one. What a strange visit that was. Oh, the complexity of 65. That's why a lot of people like treble 11, because you don't have
45.
that thing about getting the 3 or the 7 and busting the shot. It doesn't happen. Well, now it's 15 bull. Bullseye.
26.
Well, that leg has almost been backwards.
Scott, you require
He got the bull, then bust
67.
it, then had to go 15 for the bull and missed it. Very, very odd. Double 8.
Game shown the
And Scott
second
Marsh
leg.
has equalised
Scott Marsh.
in 24 darts. It's not a very good game so far, but remember, there isn't really anything on the line here. The position in the table is not going to change for Scott, and it's not going to change for Greg.
Scott to throw first. Game on. $83.
I'm almost relieved that we don't have to look at the permutations in the final match, because they could have been ridiculously complicated leg on leg.
100.
It's almost nice that it's just a shootout between Cole and Burnett. That way you can sit back and enjoy, and I can sit back and enjoy and commentate on a great match of darts without having to
100.
calculate stuff.
$85.
Courtesy of the 3 maximums in that last match for Wolfie.
125.
He's got himself to a very, very healthy total of maximums for the week.
100.
And I can now confirm that we have had exactly 1,180s in phase 2. Quite an achievement from all of the players. So well done to every single person who hit one.
$133.
That's a great 133. That was a forceful 133. Greg is falling behind in this one now.
$68. Scott, you require 60.
Single 20 for tops. We'll give him a 2-1 lead. I thought that was in. I think he did too.
40.
Neither is that one.
Greg, you require 148.
Oh, that was a good route. A lot of people do like that one.
96.
2 treble 18s and double top. It's something
Scott, you require 20.
that served Conan Whitehead well earlier in the week. Double 5.
No
It's the
score.
wrong bet. How many times have we seen that in the last few matches?
Greg, you require 52.
Double top for Greg. For a breaker throw for himself.
12.
They are making
Scott,
this
you
game
require
look
20.
difficult. And trust me, it is difficult.
Game shot on the third
But that one is a good
Scott
shot
Marsh.
as Scott Marsh takes the lead. He is still trying to make double figures in our table. He's been sitting on 8 for quite some time. And the possibility of 10 is very real against Greg here.
Game on.
But it won't be enough, as the winners will go through with 14.
78.
Had some really nice tweets from some people over the last couple of hours about the drama here in Group C.
45.
David, the Newcastle United fan, and Glasgow Rangers fan, of course, has got in touch. Said he watched the nighttime session of the live league last night. Never realised it finished so late. He's on it again today, so thank you for joining us, David. Christian Jones has got in touch, saying that he's really enjoyed the coverage today. Thank you, Christian.
81.
And Dan College has got in touch, saying that my comment of the day has been, I'd rather watch darts than pick nits. Very true, Dan. Very, very true.
29.
Darren Laker, of course, one of our regulars from Gibraltar. Enjoying everything to do with Richie Burnett. I'm sure he is on the edge of his seat.
49.
Waiting for that match in match 15. We could be there pretty soon. And that one is going to be adrenaline fueled.
64.
The adrenaline tanks of these two players are very empty.
$97.
Keep it straight. To leave the 170. I would go to the other side.
100.
I thought there was more of an opening to the right-hand side of the first dart.
$96. Greg, you require 107.
And I don't think going for the 19s was the right shot in that last dart. I'd rather have 132 than 133, but that's just me, again, picking nits.
$37.
Well, they're
So
both
you
on
require
133. This is a
133.
horrible number. But 99.999% of the time, I see people go for treble 20 on 133, and nobody really
41.
understands the shot of treble 19 first,
Greg, you require
which opens up the double-double
133.
possibility. I just don't get it. Greg Ritchie's figured it out.
93.
He's figured out a way to leave tops.
Scott, you require 92.
17 for Bull. 17's very safe.
67.
That was close. That was a great try.
Greg, you require 40.
To be level after 4.
Game shot on the fourth
That is
leg.
what we are. A holder
Greg
throw for
Ritchie.
Greg finds us level after 4 legs in this one. It's a very, very tough watch, this one. You can sense that both players have probably hit the wall a little
Greg, it's
bit.
got to
But
throw.
one of them's got to win it. Who will
Hang
it be?
$59.
It is Friday afternoon. We will take a few hours break after that shootout in match 15.
134.
We will return from 10 p.m. tonight on Sporty Stuff TV and finish up the lineup for the Champions Week finals.
100.
As for tomorrow, we will have the pre-finals show on YouTube via the Online Darts YouTube channel with myself and Phil Bars.
58.
And we will not just chew the fat about this week, but we will also reveal who is playing next week. Because yes, the Online Darts Live League will return.
59.
And we will start another 4-week spell to try and decipher who can make the second Champions Week.
95.
As much as I would love to tell you who is playing next week right now, I am forbidden to do so. But if you want to know first,
99.
tune in at 6:30 tomorrow night via YouTube. And it will be me and Phil who will break the news to you. And there's one name on that list that will pop off the page.
Correct.
Speculate all you like.
119.
I don't mean to sound juvenile, but I know something you don't know.
100.
It won't be for long.
Greg, you
Just a matter of 28
95.
hours and 25 minutes. But this is a small matter of 95 points. 5 for tops.
Game show.
Oh, very good from Greg Ritchie.
Greg Ritchie.
Best leg of the match. I can't even get my words out. Well, it is best leg of the match. 95 out, and that's a 15-dart breaker throw. He's now throwing for the match.
Sixth flag, it's Greg to throw first. Game on.
I felt like I was speaking in tongues there. Are we about to get a
95.
biblical match in match 15 between Jared and Burnett, or is someone going to dominate it? Based on
60.
performance levels and what they have done today so far, you'd have to say that the two best players are going head-to-head in match 15.
100.
Cole has been excellent. Burnett has been better. But just when he needed a little bit of luck, he got it against Joe Davis. He only averaged 78,
93.
but found just enough. It's what I like to call a finger of fudge match. You get the rhyme. A finger of fudge is just enough to give... you know what I'm talking about.
11.
Well, as far as that visit is concerned for Greg, that was a rice cracker. That was tasteless.
100.
There is a point in a game like this where you maybe try too hard.
$58.
And everything that went right in leg number 5 seems a long distant memory.
60.
It'll be back to Orpington for Scott Marsh in the next few minutes. And he will have to watch the finals from his own couch.
61.
And he will hope to get another opportunity in the next batch of weeks. One thing I will tell you, without giving away who's playing next week,
81.
is that a lot of the players, and I mean a lot, in the next 4 weeks, have not played here before. If that doesn't intrigue you, I don't know what will. I'm not giving you more than that.
60.
I hate gossip.
Scott, you require 100.
I genuinely despise it. But I do like to drop the odd hint. Treble 17 for Scott Marsh. And Greg Ritchie has the chance to finish the match by
55.
4 legs to 2.
Greg, you require 116.
He was able to find tops on the end of a 1-1, on a 95, sorry. But the 1-1-6 is gone. Well, that's 2 threes now. There's the 6 off the end.
26.
Don't be surprised if Scott Marsh misses this, that Greg goes bull first on that 90. Double 10 to save the match.
32.
So what does Greg do here?
Greg, you require 90.
Oh, 20s first. Conventional. But that is an awful dart.
74.
Really did lose the line on that one.
Scott, you require 20.
He'll not expect to get a shot at that double 8. But he might.
10.
And he does. To get his 3rd win of the group. And to
Greg,
only be
16.
2 points behind Scott Marsh in the final table. He needs double 8. Double 4.
12. Scott, you require...
I hate to be too
10.
honest at this point, but the one person I feel sorry for right now is the referee. This one has not been good.
Game shown the
And it's
6th
going
place.
all the way, and I'm sure
Scott
Owen Binks was praying that maybe Greg Ritchie would win it by 4 legs to 2, but unfortunately it's tied at 3-3, and it's a 1-leg shootout to see who wins this penultimate match.
Scott to throw first. Game on.
I'm not going to sit here and tell you that this match is amazing, because it isn't.
134.
If you played like this on the Pro Tour, you would have lost by now. You would have lost probably 10 minutes ago.
31.
But this is where your integrity kicks in. You do not want to go away with another loss. You say to yourself, one more leg, dig
100.
deep, win the match, come what may. Then when you hit that final double, you say to your opponent, well, that wasn't very good, was it?
100.
Most definitely advantage Marsh.
45.
You see his nickname on the back of his shirt, Marshy. Come on, Scott, you can think of something better than that. Even the Martian is better. Even though you're not from Mars.
96.
Call yourself Marvin the Marshy. Something like that. Just don't put an at symbol
100.
or an and symbol in between your initials. Just don't do that.
$44.
I think Greg
Scott, you
Ritchie
require
has
122.
hit the wall in every single way now. Can he finish in a bit of style here? I think he went for double 18 there. For double 16.
82.
He leaves tops, and he might just get the double figures. And that may make him feel a little bit better. To have a win percentage in this group of 50%.
83.
To win 5 and lose 5.
You require 40.
It's double top. Double 10 gets the job done.
Scott Marsh.
And it is a 17 darter to finish that one off. It was a very, very attritional game. And whenever I use that word, that's my secret way of saying, well, it wasn't very good, was it? Well, it wasn't, but it doesn't matter. Let's get rid of that. So we'll swipe that way and get rid of that. But it's all about the next match, isn't it? Wolfie is safe. Richardson is safe. It's about Jared Cole. It's about Richie Burnett. And one of them has to join them. It's a face-off in match 15. This is it then, match 15, and it is the final match of Group C. It comes down to a best-of-7 leg match between Jared Cole and Richie Burnett. The winner will go through to Champions Week finals on Saturday night. They can't be separated on points. There is only one leg between them in leg difference. But because they're playing each other, everything else doesn't matter. This is it.
Okay, first leg, it's Jared to throw first.
The winner goes through, the loser does not. Very simple. Effectively,
60.
This is a £500 match. Because if you make the finals, you're guaranteed £500.
140.
This is very similar to a PDC last 128 match. You're playing for exactly the same amount of money.
85.
But it is the opportunity that is attached to that is more important. If you have a good Saturday night, admittedly against some great opponents, you could cash in
96.
10 times that. The £5,000 prize is only 36 hours away.
59.
When they played each other in the first match of yesterday, it was Jared Cole who dominated Richie Burnett. He averaged 94.27 with 2 180s and 80% on his checkouts.
83.
It was a king of the hockey performance, and he caught Ritchie slightly cold. Well, he's anything but cold today. In fact, he is
44.
undefeated. He is on course for a break of throw.
85.
Just get the feeling that might have hurt Richie's back. Yep, it did. I'm not surprised.
93.
You can't continue to do that
Richie required
and
97.
not inflict pain. Double 12 for a first leg break.
Game shot
And
on the
that is
first
what
leg.
he gets.
Richie Burnett.
The only pain he's inflicting right now is on Jared Cole, who has lost his throw early in this contest. Advantage Burnett as we go into leg
Second
2.
leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Jared said to me yesterday night that he wanted to be in control of his own destiny. Well, he is.
60.
He still just has to beat one person. You can't really ask for much more than that. He's put up a superb
60.
fight over the last couple of days. That 4-0 win over Greg Ritchie was superb, just when he needed it.
180.
Just make sure you get to that hockey a little later, Jared. The last thing you need is a kick in the shins.
100.
Trust me, I know what I'm talking about. He had a 4-3 win over Scott Marsh earlier, did Jared. And a 4-3 win
83.
against Joe Davis. So he has survived really well today after losing to Martin Adams in his first game of the day by 4 legs to 2.
60.
Even if he had won that game against Martin, he wouldn't be safe.
94.
That's how tight this group has been. And right now, Martin is sitting in the practice room, probably thinking, I'm so glad I'm not in this situation.
41. Richie required
It's a
84.
situation that Burnett is thriving on, and Jared is not.
52.
He leaves the double after 15. A tidy, protecting leg against the Jared
60.
Cole, who was not finding enough troubles.
Richie require 32.
Double 16.
Game
And he's
shot on
halfway to
second
the
leg.
mark. It's
Richie
not about
Burnett.
leg difference. It's just about the result. And the jump has been found by Richie Burnett. He's 2-0 up with a break in hand.
Third leg, it's Jared to throw first. Game on.
I'd like to say there's a gap in the averages, but that would be misleading. There is a crater
45.
between the two of around about 30 points. Jared has not performed in this final game. Ritchie has. He's averaging 97.
100.
And that improves marginally after that opening ton.
97.
If Richie Burnett is to make the finals, your first three competitors will be Richardson, Burnett, and Adams.
180.
What more could you possibly want? Oh, yeah. Well, you're going to get three more from tonight's group.
55.
Whoever makes it through, there's going to be lots of experience there. And all the games are going to be spicy.
100.
So get your curry ordered well in advance and join us from 10 p.m. Not just tonight, but tomorrow night as well.
55.
I thought that this was a possibility,
Require 121.
that maybe one player could dominate this final match. It's turning out to be Richie Burnett.
65.
Very sensible. He's doing everything right. He's scoring heavily. He's tactically sound.
80.
And that may be very symptomatic of what is about to happen to Jared.
56.
When he gets to a double, he hits it.
Game shot on the third leg.
3 out of 3
Richie
on the
Burnett.
doubles. What more could you possibly ask for in a one-game shootout to get to Saturday's finals? 3 shots from 3, world class.
Fourth leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on. $97.
As for who's going to get through tonight, you'll have to tune in, won't you? From 10 p.m. From around the world, if you don't have Sporty Stuff TV, you can tune in via the Online Darts
100.
YouTube channel. Or indeed via your streaming services with your favourite bookmaker. Patrons in
49.
the United Kingdom can tune in on channel 437 on Sky. But if you don't have a Sky box, by all means check your local
85.
listings for whatever service you do subscribe to. Burnett wants to get this done. In a previous match against Joe Davis,
93.
he had a huge start like this. He was eyeing up a 4-0 win. But then he was pegged back and he ended up falling over the line.
58.
Nothing that Jared Cole has done in this match has worked. Nothing. And right now, he might not be showing it, but he's going to be very, very
58.
angry. He hasn't done a great deal wrong today. He's actually played very well.
98.
The only thing he's done wrong is lose to Martin Adams earlier, but even that wouldn't have made a difference to this scenario. He might have had the luxury
100.
of winning a certain amount of legs
Jared
over
Require
Ritchie, but
160.
it still would have been a very, very tight squeeze.
44.
So it's only 104 points for Burnett to get the job done.
Richie Require 104.
18s first, possibly. Oh, he's going to go downstairs for 16s. That leaves 96. And he leaves himself on double 8.
Charge require 160.
So this is a must. 60 needed. 60 missed.
60. Ritchie requires 60.
So to find your way to the finals on Saturday night in Champions Week, it is a beautiful performance from Richie Burnett. He does enough. Jared will have to wait for another opportunity sometime in the future. But Richie Burnett, you are through, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people happy about that. The 93.94 average is tantamount to 16 darts a leg. But the checkout percentage in that match, 100%, just when you need it. Talk about good timing. You see that Martin Adams was at the top of the table. That's a little inaccurate there because, of course, Richie Burnett will be in second spot in the table. So it is Richardson, it is Adams, it is Burnett. Who will join them 10 p.m. tonight on Sporty Stuff TV or via the Online Darts YouTube channel. I hope you can join us then. We're going to take a short break. And by short break, I mean about 7.5 hours. We'll see you tonight, everybody. Have a great Friday. See you at 10 p.m.